Hello. Hold on, give me a sec. Hello Artlist, hello Alphared, hope you guys are doing well. I'm a bit tired, because I slept at like 9 AM in the morning, and I woke up quite early. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna fuck myself up. But I'm gonna fuck myself up anyways. We're gonna be playing a game called Spooky Jumpscare Mansion. So, weird thing is that I played this game before, but the thing is that I've never played a full game of this game before. I was really scared of playing this game back, God knows when, like back, like in 2000, when did this game came out? 2017, like I was super scared. This music's turning violent. Sure. Yeah, I played this game back in 2017, like the demo for it, or is it 2016? I don't remember. It was back in like 2016, 2017 or something like that, and then I just played it and I was like, yeah, this game's cool. And then I kind of didn't play it because I thought that this game was actually really scary, so I didn't play it afterwards. How are you doing, Firefly? Fast forward like 8 years later, I think. Is it eight years later? Well, 7-8 years later. Yeah, we're gonna be playing the renovation version of this game because they have a HD renovation of this game. I've never played this game before. I don't know which one to play. Karamari Hospital, the mansion. We'll do the mansion first. I have no idea what the mansion does. But also at the same time, goddamn. Why do we have like sexy music right now? What the fuck is happening? Wait. Is the sensitivity for this game like super high? No way, wait. Are you serious? That's an in-game timer? Hell yeah. Let's turn on an in-game timer real quick. Can I actually wait? No way. Is there actually no... What the fuck? Oh, I'm just gonna put this all the way high, whatever. There's only one thing super high right now. It's not the sensitivity, it's the sensitivity, honestly. Watching Adriana run... Wait, what? Did some porn star run Dark Souls 3? Like, what the fuck? A lot of people have been playing, whatever that game's called. A lot of people have been playing, oh god, look at the sensitivity of this, like... Look! The sensitivity of this game is super high! What in the flying fuck? I can't lower down the sensitivity for this! Hello? Why is the sensitivity so high? Hello? Also, let me actually put this game to like 90 FPS, whatever. It works anyways. Armored Core? A lot of people are playing Armored Core at the moment, honestly. Input mouse? It's not even input mouse! Bro! What do you, where? Afterwards, where do I go? It's not even UI. It's not even in game. Oh wait, is it? Oh my god, why is it this? Why is it this? This makes no sense, but sure. Is there anything else? You stupid. What? How am I a stupid bitch when there's like I have never seen like different sensitivities like this before. Like this is the first time that I'm seeing different sensitivities. This is much more better. Me making through 1,000 rooms? God damn. Your speedrunner, true. Look, there's a timer. Timer below my health. Smash? You don't smash Ghost. Ghost smash you, honestly. So I haven't played this game in a long time, and I don't know how this game is gonna be like. Wait, hold on. Like, can I go back? Oh, I can't go back. Okay, whatever. I used to be very scared of these things, but I don't know why. But yeah, a lot of people have been playing Armored Core. I don't know how Armored Core is like, but hope like people actually do like Armored Core. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's also my first time playing this game, like, fully. Because I've never played this game fully at all. Hey, Asan. Do you change your name? You change your Asan VTuber. Wow. Are you going on the path to become a VTuber? I see. Ooh, scaries? Yeah, there's scaries. If you get scared by pop-ups, we're legally allowed to point and laugh. True, actually true. How you doing, James? Hope you're doing well. I hated the double underscore. The double underscore. And change your name. That's cool. At first, this place just seemed cute, but I've been here for days now. I'm feeling quite parched now, and I keep getting this feeling like I am being watched by something. This is not romantic at all. Oh, okay. This is not romantic. It's not romantic. I'm just trapped in like room after room after room. I don't know what to do, honestly. Well, yeah, I hope you're doing well, Takiaki. And good, just had bacon sandwich for lunch. Yo, bacon sandwich sounds awesome. I want bacon sandwich. Mainly use a PNG. That's cool. I also use a PNG, but I don't want to change my name to like VTuber or something. The jump scares in the past was like super scary to me. I don't know why. Like the whole pop-up stuff. It's like, oh, pop-up. Oh no, it's supposed to scare the shit out of me because like it's right at your in your face. It was stupid as fuck at the time, but I guess like right now I got used to it. But the one thing that I'm not very used to is very loud sounds, and like if there's like someone who's gonna be screaming into my ears, that's gonna be really bad because that's fucking dumb. And I really hate people just screaming into my ears anyways. Dude, I can actually sleep in here, like Lamau. I wish that bed was like that comfy for me to sleep in. I would legitimately sleep on that bed. What the f— Okay, okay, okay. That scared me. I don't know why that scared me, but also at the same time, it's because there's a fucking note right there. I was like, oh yeah, it just scares me with a note. Oh no, that's scary. Okay, whatever. I know something is following me, but I feel like I am prancing through the same rooms over and over, hopefully leaving notes as breadcrumbs. Will prove I am making progress. Oh wow, yeah, oh wow, jump scare. Will prove I am making progress and reaching some destination. I just hope I don't run out of ink. I am dreadfully thirsty. Very thirsty indeed. I can't really get back there. That box in Madison contains Linus balls. Linus balls? You mean Luca's balls? Luca, Linus, anything goes. Okay, there's a bunch of rooms. I'm gonna go to the one that's near me. Can I go back? No, okay. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, I've never played like a full game of like there's supposed to be like 1,000 rooms or something. I've never played like all 1,000 rooms before. Or Linus Tech Tips. Oh shit. Linus made an oopsie of giving out false information. Yo, my face when I give out false information. Can I climb up? Oh, I can't climb up. Okay. Now the bed looks comfy enough for me to sleep in. Can I just sleep in like the bed? It'd be pretty cool to actually sleep in the bed, am I right? Jump scare. No. I was kind of waiting for the jump scare though. Like Lamau. Imagine just waiting for the jump scare. This in-game timer is actually pretty dope as well. Like legit. Like you go through this, and it actually stops the in-game timer for a bit. Like that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool for like a dev that actually does these kind of stuff. Am I just going towards the same room again and again? Oh, I am. What the flying fuck? Okay. Wait, hold on. I can't go back, right? There's no way I can go back. But yeah, like Linus be like my face when I spread false information, misinformation, and then it's just the fucking whatever it is called, the laughing face. Another day, another shit game. I can't find another good game. I don't know what game am I supposed to play. What am I supposed to play these days? How you doing, HJ? Hope you're doing well. I really have no games to play other than Counter-Strike. Like the whole time that I took a break, I actually was playing Counter-Strike. I don't like Baldur's Gate because here's the thing about Baldur's Gate. I have no idea how to even play Baldur's Gate. I literally have no idea how to even play Baldur's Gate. I just know that there's turn-based and that's about it. Other than that, there's like a fucking role-playing thing. And then you can fuck a bear. And then everyone is really excited about fucking a bear. And click on the exact, yeah, it's probably like that. Right now, another obscure PSX game. God damn, I don't know. There's one that I was thinking of running, and which is Gaball Screen, but like Gaball Screen is not really. I don't have Gaball Screen. The other one is probably, I don't even know. Siren is another one, but like I'm not gonna fucking play Siren anytime soon, honestly. Paying you $20 to play Half-Life 1 start to finish. I played Half-Life 1 before. I finished Half-Life 1 like a long time ago. That's why I don't play it again. I don't know why. I just don't want to play it again though. I watched speedruns of Half-Life 1 and it's like insane. I used to watch like someone actually speedrun Half-Life 1. Wait, what? Ding? Oh, okay. Can you play Shrek 3 on the PS2? I don't think so. Oh shit, a door. Somehow I got it correct for some reason. Hello? Hello? Can I pick up the phone? Hello?
I don't know if you want to look directly into the fan. Yes, hello. Hello? Yes, hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? I'm looking directly into the fan. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hey, clip off.
Yes, hello.
What the? Hello?
Hello, hi.
My. Hello? Oh man.
Yes, hello.
Well, I'm just gonna just gonna leave it there, I guess, and let the guy be like, hello? Hello? Cringe. Hey, you have to say hello to the person who's saying hello to you back. It's proper manners. And also you need to say hello. Hello? Ink. Not quite quenching my thirst. Taste is terrible. Stains are terrible. I don't think drinking it was a very romantic idea. Why is it romantic to you? I don't have to do shit, suck my ass? True. That's what people say, right? But yeah, I don't have any games to play lately. Like, the only games that I really want to play lately are old games like this game and a bunch of new ones. There's a new one that's coming out like pretty soon, which is called Goodbye Volcano High. It's a furry visual novel that I just want to play. It's like Night in the Woods. Very much furry-like. Oh, so I'm probably... Am I supposed to go towards the light? I'm like going towards the light. I don't even know what's happening. Mods, burn HJ's house down. Mods, do what you're supposed to do. But yeah, I don't have anything. I don't have any games to play at the moment, honestly. Is the room getting smaller? Am I getting smaller? Okay, you know what? I'm going back. No way. I'm going back. Walk faster. True. But also at the same time, I think I'm just like running. Okay, I got back for some reason. Paper. Sprouting, splashing, soaking, innards ingest, invoke. Nailing never stops the choking. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! There was a thing like right in front of me. I didn't realize about it until now. Oh shit! Hello. Ah! I'm slowed down by the cum glue. The cum goo. Whatever it is. Cum glue. That looks insane. My father is Jack Beansos. Hell yeah, dude. What do you mean wood? That's not a wood. That's a wood knot. Hello? That's a wood knot. Why am I on his goo? Oh shit, video games. Sheesh. Wait, you can play video games in here? Hell yeah, a video game in a video game. Yo, Crazy Taxi. Is that Crazy Taxi? It's not even Crazy Taxi. Wait, hold on. What the fuck is this? Yo. Wait. Oh, I win. Okay. Slime girlfriend wood? What the fuck? No. No slime girlfriend. Interesting. That caught my attention and I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I had to choose between 2 rooms. Which one would get my dick sucked better? I'll go with the right. The right one is always the correct one to get my dick sucked better. I found something today to satisfy my unromantic thirst. God damn it. So he's not gonna be sucking my dick. Damn it. I awoke today from a brief faint and found before me a bottle of wet red wine. I'm not sure what brand or year, for there is no label. All I gather is that it tastes strongly metallic. That's blood. If you ever taste something that is strongly metallic and it's red in color, that is probably blood. And you are a vampire now. And sucks to be you because you are gonna be a vampire. Oh shit! Wow, that actually scares the shit out of me. Okay, that one actually scared the shit out of me. Because that's a big fucking face. That was Arliss' face. Arliss' face is super scary that he doesn't show his face. So, that's Arliss' face. Anyways. Little baby poo-poo scaredy cat. Yeah, off your face. Because your face is scary. I can't believe your face is like super fucking scary. Holy shit. What the fuck? I am here. Where am I? Going on all these different rooms is actually kind of like weird as well. Joe gives horsepower and Lena Paul. Oh no, Lena Paul. Goddamn Lena Paul. Man, I shouldn't be scared of these fucking pop-ups. Why am I scared of the pop-ups? Why am I being scared of the pop-ups? They're nothing to be afraid of. Oh no, the goo monster's back. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Why am I on his cum? Why am I on the cum? Stop making me be on the cum. It's disgusting and horrible. Because the game is good at what it does. Giving me jump scares, of course. How you doing, Nan? Hope you're doing well. Or is it because of the cum on the floor? It's good at it puts cum on the floor as well. Sorry, I'm drawing. No problem. Drawing is good. Cum? That's Shrek's cum. I can't believe this. Dude, Shrek's cum can even morph itself into a fucking monster. I can't believe this. Keep a little pep in your step. Who even says that? Keep a little pep in your step. I've never heard someone say that before, but sure. Oh shit. We're in room 101, sorry. 102. 103. Oh no. Do I have to go through this again? Hold on. Wait. Is this a table with a note? No, this is not a table with a note. God damn it. Okay. I don't know how many rooms were there in the demo, because I think there was a demo or like a free version for this game. And was it also at 1,000 as well? Because I don't remember if it's also in 1,000 as well. not working. Stop clicking here to come. You only click here to come when you exclamation mark come. Can you do that? Exclamation mark come. Why is the fucking thing so long right now? There we go. Yeah, click here to come. Easy. I don't think that was wine. Yeah, that was not wine, my dude. My dude drank a fucking bottle of like blood. He drank a bottle of blood and that's about it. He was like, "Yep, gonna drink a bottle of blood." Become a vampire. Hey, and no one on the table. I don't know how much longer I can go on. I haven't seen any of my previous notes, so that means either I'm getting somewhere or someone is taking them. Interesting. Blood doesn't taste that bad. It tastes quite metallic though, if you were to think about it. Also, am I in SCP or something? I know there's like some references in this game. Like, a lot of references are there in this game. Oh shit. Fucking keycard? What the flying fuck? Okay. Subject. Oh my god, I can't even speak. Hello, speak. Morbius is more bossy. Goddamn, you're right. We're in here right now. Subject 5 is growing more and more restless. I told Spook we need more funds for sedatives, but she just laughed and flew into the ceiling. Without more chemicals to keep these things docile. I'm not sure how much longer we can keep them here safely. General Lab Assistant. I'll take a key card. What do I do with the key card then? I guess I do nothing with the key card for now. Fetuses. Wait, this is just one room? I believe subject 5 is loose. The glass around its container is shattered, and I can faintly hear clicking coming from the ceiling. I don't know what will happen now. If it is out and alive, excuse me, then this is probably my last report. The clicking is getting louder now. Oh! Fuck me! Oh, fuck me! Oh, fuck me! Hey! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Let me out! Let me out! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Yes, fetuses is like the plural. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Brother! Brother! No way! Holy fucking pussy. True. Actually true. You'll never see a bigger pussy like me, honestly. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! This way. Hey, Gilwin, hope you're doing well. Ah! Sorry. He was very close to me, honestly. Hope you're doing well, Gilwin. I hate that the stamina, but I also hate that, you know, this fucking green guy is gonna come to life again. Nice marathon, thanks. I don't know what to say during the Alone in the Dark run at the time, but I just did the Alone in the Dark run, and then it was like, yeah, cool. It was fun. I called dibs on the slime guy. You're not gonna call dibs on the slime guy. You're not gonna fuck the twink like slime guy because. Oh god, am I gonna die? I was about to say, am I gonna die because I'm in a slime? Oh, open. Okay. Is he right behind me? No. Okay, cool. So I guess the slime is over. The slime is over. The Nickelodeon is over. Alright, cool. What's behind me? Wait. Oh, fuck! It's this guy again! Oh man! I was like, what's behind me? Cool. We get safe. Keep that blood pumping. Yeah, sure. We're gonna raise my blood pressure to like 180, I guess. And then like literally be blood boiling and shit. Cool. Anyways, 151! Oh shit. 1 more billion beats per minute. Yeah, true. Hello?
Hello? Yes. Hello, hello?
Hello? Bye-bye.
Hello,
I like how the fucking phone is just gonna say hello, hello, hello like plenty of times and you just have to do nothing about it. Hello, hello! That's it, nothing. Like literally just nothing. FNAF ref? I don't know if it's a FNAF ref. I think it's a FNAF ref though. Cause to be fair though, oh god, oh no. To be fair though, this game came out in 2017 and FNAF was in like 2013 or something, or 2014. Oh god, it's classrooms. Oh god, is this Fatal Frame? Oh no, it's not Fatal Frame. Is it like Silent Hill or something? God damn. Silent Hill in my game. I like with these cool references as well, like the cool ass game references in this game. It's pretty cool. Joe's was Nightmare Educate. No way. I had to learn. The fuck hit me? Oh yeah, you. Fucking Shadow Woman hit me. Horse Party reference? Oh yeah, there we go. Horse Party. Holy shit. Matsuri never came to class today. I hope she made it home okay. Matsuri? Oh wait, oh yeah. Okay. I was thinking about another character, which is fucking Doki Doki Literature Club. And I don't think Doki Doki came out around that time, right? Yeah, it's a school, dumbass! Could it really be true? I thought the fairy tales about the ghost that eats children who sneak in after class was just to keep us from disobeying. But Matsuri is still missing. Rip Matsuri, by the way. Matsuri is gone! Oh no! What are we supposed to do? Hello? Oh, that's locked. Find me a hot teacher girlfriend? No. Ooh, the stairs. Locked. Both of these places are locked, really? I feel like in one of these rooms is gonna like fucking scare the literal shit out of me, honestly. Oh, I just shit. Okay, I was about to say that like in one of these rooms is gonna scare the shit out of me. Holy shit. Would not, honestly. Oh shit! Hi! Sorry, are you doing Joy? But I hope you're doing well. Nice music, by the way. I think that music's pretty cool. Any like trap rappers that's gonna literally like trap rappers are gonna rap into this like beat right here. It's like, oh yeah, get scared, and then whatever the trap rappers do, honestly. A slap out. We're not gonna slap the horse. No slapping. Stop slapping. Go this way. Rappers? No. Trap rappers. I don't know what they're called. Are they called trappers? I don't even know what a trap beat. Yo, some trap rapper is gonna be like, yo, I'm just gonna use this beat like doo, 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 doo. And it's like they're gonna rap. They're called disappointments. I guess. You know, like I don't know, Gucci gang. I think this is my last note. I'm going to die having ever found my escape. But really, that's not true. The place was like my escape. My escape from everything else. In the end, my death is kind of romantic. They're pretty romantic. It might go hard. I don't know. Someone might have to do it. Cabby Lane from Fortnite? Yeah, man. Like, goddamn. He's gonna make everything correct again. He's gonna shrug and then he's gonna make everything in Fortnite correct. Because he's technically correct. Surely, right? Oh my god, she's back! She's back! Get out! Where is she? Get out of here! Holy shit, she has a big mouth. I know what that big mouth could do. Oh shit! I ran into a wall. I was like, whoa, oh no. Goddamn, I goddamn ran into a wall. Okay, that one didn't scare me. So my mom has a big mouth? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hang in there. Of course. This place is finally starting to affect me. I've seen enough horror movies to know how to survive a simple ghost or two. But these monsters keep getting faster and stranger. That's actually pretty true. Hello, dude. Can I get your whatever that thing is? Milady. Milady. Literally saw like milady. He's here to get some bonusy. I don't know, bonusy. Is bonusy a thing? Do you have the DLCs? I don't think I have the DLCs though. I might have to check, but I don't think I have the DLCs. I don't know, someone probably have to check. I have the HD renovation though. That's what I have. Why is Shrek leaving all of his fucking cummies on the goddamn floor? Stop telling Shrek to leave all his cummies all on the goddamn floor. It's gonna manifest into a fucking monster, man. Oh god, this is also blurry right now. Why is it so blurry? The darkness is slowly consuming us now. I don't think our rituals will appease it much longer. How are we supposed to know this would happen? Better outside than in. True. It's not really our fault. We just did what Mother has told us to do in this sort of situation, I guess. The fuck? We still have that image of HJ? The fuck? Mother is not pleased with us, but how were we supposed to know that the girl wasn't pure? Yeah, I don't even know, but like, hey, this is like literally the fucking picture of HJ. It's literally just me lasering HJ's comment. I have no idea why, but that's what it was at the time. I have no idea. You made that picture and like fucking Xeon was like, yeah, that's good enough to put it in as one of the tweets or whatever. No, not tweets. Yo, this dude is like, this dude's chilling. Hey dude, how are you doing? You chilling? Can't even see anything in the screenshot. I don't know. It's fucking Xeon who did that. Oh god, this is so fucking so foggy. Can't see shit. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is that a fucking ball sack? What the fuck? That's a ball sack if I ever see one. That's HJ's ball sack if I ever see one. Hello? Oh god! Oh shit. Wood? I guess wood. What? Wood. I'm just gonna say wood. I did finish Metro, the first and the second one. I've never started with the third one at all. Oh whoa, holy shit. That's all trippy as fuck. Oh god, that's really trippy as fuck. Oh my god, okay. I finished the first and second. Ah! Sorry. Went into the wrong way. I finished the first and second one. I never started with the third one because I don't know when to start the third one. Oh my god, they actually bust through the door. Can I even go back? Wait, hold on. Let me actually try this real quick. Can I actually go back? I can't. Okay. This is gonna be really bad. I'm gonna die. Fuck! Tiny shining holes in the sky. Delicate, perfect emptiness. Actually would though. Black. Dude, her face looks like a fucking. Wait. I thought that was a slit. I legitimately thought it was a slit until I saw the holes. I was like, nah, that's not right. Your soul wanders an endless maze. Honestly, that was a good experiment for me to know that I'm not supposed to go back. That's trypophobia galore. It is trypophobia, but like, honestly, with trypophobia, it has to be like together, like bunched up together. I hate holes that are like so packed together. If they are super packed together, like no way. I just don't like them. If they are just like spread around, they are, like I'm okay. Hold on. Hold on. You hate holes? Okay, if it's like fucking okay. If it's just one hole, I can deal with it. You know? Honeycombs are alright because honeycombs are kind of like usual, I would say. Like, it's not really that big of a deal. Also, how are you doing, Scarlet Falcon? Hope you're doing well. This was such a surprise, and that there would be another entry, another actual entry one could admire. But then, as suddenly as it came, it left, and now you disband. Your influence and inspiration will never leave me. Oh, you rip. It's alright if it's spread. So, okay. So, this is what I mean. Like, okay, if it's trypophobia for me, I think trypophobia for me is like this. Like, if the holes are like this, you know, in like one fucking area, like the holes are like this over like some kind of like fucking small space, like that's like scary for me. If the holes are like this, like I don't give a fuck. I don't think I would have trypophobia if like the holes are like just spread out like this, you know, like even if the holes are like this, like in one big circle like this, like it doesn't scare the shit out of me. This one literally scares the shit out of me. I don't like this kind when it's all like so fucking packed up together in a small space. Anything that is like fucking like spread out, it's okay. Like holes are spread out, it's okay for me. That's the only thing that I'm scared about with like holes and trypophobia. Pull out the paint.net. I had to pull out the paint.net, honestly. I was making it. Ah! Right on. Sorry. Get fucked? I didn't realize that was just coming towards me. I don't know. Can I spread someone's hole? Poggers? That's the dirtiness in me as well. I can spread someone's holes. Hole? Holes. Hole? I'm just gonna go with hole. Holes. This place is finally starting to affect me. I've seen enough. Okay, that's the same thing. Oh, open up the holes. Yeah, holes. I love holes. Is this the same place again? Yeah, this is like the same place. I had to like go through this again, which is horrendous. I can't see shit. Yo, here's his balls. What the fuck? They look so fucking small. God damn, his balls are so small. Anyways, hello. Yeah, that thing is gonna be fucking creepy as fuck. I'm gonna die! Yo, Bones! Protect me, Bones! Protect me from this weird-ass creature! This is super fucking trippy, honestly. I enjoy this wholesome content. Yeah, we all love wholesomeness. If you ever like some wholesomeness, come to the right channel. You've come to the right channel, honestly. What are all these fucking what do you call them? I don't even know what you call them, honestly. Heaters. It's in the tip of my tongue. I don't even know why. It's literally in the tip of my tongue. Is she gone? Hey, she's gone. Hell yeah. Fuck that bitch. Wood tap, but like fuck that bitch. Honestly, boilers. There, yeah. Somehow there's boilers in the fucking mansion. Way too many boilers in the mansion. Why do you have to keep so many boilers? Honestly. Tip of my tongue, yeah, sometimes like words are on the tip of my tongue, but I don't remember what it is. That's why I say like heaters. I was like, wait, are they heaters? Because they are heaters, right? These things are like kind of heaters. Well, they look like boilers as well, so there's that. It's kind of weird though. Yo, a hole? Love me some hole. Love me a hole in my game. Hello, bye-bye. A hole. Is she back? Oh man, she's back. Why is she back? Dude, I would, but I shouldn't. Because I don't wanna fuck crazy. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I went to like the wrong way. Oh fuck. Holy shit. Hello? Hole, no toe, no pole? Yeah, true. But honestly, I would, but I shouldn't because I can't fuck crazy. If I fuck crazy, that's gonna be a really bad thing if I actually do fuck crazy, am I right? Who would even fuck crazy in the first place? Who would stick their dick into crazy? I wouldn't. Some called Ayo. Is this thing back? Oh my god, this thing is back. What the fuck? Dude, she's like a crazy girlfriend. Will never leave you. But you would fuck. Yo, hello! I'm here!
You made it this far.
Hello!
That's great.
Hello!
I shall grant you a gift for your progress.
Yay!
So just keep going.
Thank you for the gift. I want to save just in case. What's this gift? My wife? More like... Oh god, hi. That's it? A bunch of jump scares? Boo. Anyways. Boo. I think this game is fun so far. It's mysterious, spooky. It's some game that I would have never played in like the past goddamn years of my life. This game is like one of those games that like past me would never want to play because it's actually like super fucking scary for me. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm just a big boy now. I have become from a boy to a big boy, as you can tell. Like, okay, this one I wouldn't. Okay, like, she's small. She's probably underage as well. Wouldn't. Oh fuck! There we go. 657 results on a certain site. Wait, what? No way you searched her up. No way you searched that fucking ghost go up. Stop. Right? Meow. This is not right. She's probably like... Actually, wait, you know what? I was about to say, she's probably... Search the entire game? No way. Oh wow, there's a long hallway. Long hallways kind of scare the shit out of me as well because like it's so claustrophobic, but it also it's like very small or compact. I guess I would say like these walls right here, they're pretty much like squeezing into you as well, and it's like claustrophobic for me. So like sometimes I would get scared over these kind of like hallways or corridors, and it's like not funny sometimes, but it be that way. I like open world stuff. Like anything that is like super fucking spacious, that's like, it's okay for me. I mean, I definitely do not have like claustrophobia. Maybe I have a little bit of claustrophobia. But I guess like if you do not know what the fuck is going on, then yeah, I guess claustrophobia is a thing. Like some kind of like tight space that you think like, oh, there's like no end and shit. But if you are in like a tight space that you know like the ending of it. Oh fuck me, what the flying fuck? Pussy phobia? I don't have a pussy phobia. I like pussy. I like pussy and I like to eat pussy. Oh fuck, wow. Okay, nope. Not dealing with that. Bust through the door. I dare you. I dare you, bust through the door. Why are you a virgin? Goddamn, true. That's actually pretty true though. I'm almost at 300. Lamau. Hey, get me, a little bitch. Fucking stupid ass centipede. Is it still right behind me? Wow, it's actually still right behind me, Lamau. Is it actually getting faster and faster? Like, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Women are scary too. Is any fun? Sorry. I guess. I mean, if you like randomness of scariness and horror game innuendos, I guess. That's pretty cool. How are you doing, Ark? I hope you're doing well. I'll link to an upcoming horror game that you might appreciate. Is it Tormented Souls 2? Is it Tormented Souls 2 that I can actually see like the main character nude again? Hold on. I'd have to look at this game real quick. Post-trauma. Oh yeah, I have the game in my wish list. So that game was actually in my wish list for like, oh god, let me actually check. You know what? I'm gonna check. When was it in my wish list? Because I think that game was in my wish list for like a year already. It's been in my wish list since... Oh, it's not even a year, sorry. Last year actually, yes, last year. So I've been waiting for that game for like a year now. And the game hasn't been out yet, so hopefully the game is gonna be good. I really want to play that game. Alongside with other like horror games like soon to be failed horror game Silent Hill 2. I hope Silent Hill 2 remake is gonna be okay. If it's not gonna be okay, then like screw. Oh shit. Better ingredients, better pasta. That's the power of Home Depot. Is that what Italians always say? That's an Italian thing. I had a girlfriend for like 6 months and wanted to rip my head off. Sometimes girls be like that. But also sometimes Italians be like this. It's a mirror? That's not a mirror. That's an Italian. But yeah, I hope like whoever's making Bloober Home Depot is totally in Italy. Yeah, true. Pasta is in Italy though. Home Depot in Italy, pasta in Italy as well. But yeah, I really do hope that like Silent Hill 2 is okay, because Bloober's making it, or Bloober's developing it, and like fucking whoa. Oh shit, she's back. My crazy ex-girlfriend is back. Goddamn. Hey Dundee. Some sicko is playing a trick on me and gave us up to this degenerate. True! But hey, you get emotes. And emotes are fun, am I right? How you doing, Dandy? Hope you... Oh my god! Jesus. Hope you're doing well. Holy shit! We're in the temple of Anubis! That's what it is. What? What the flying fuck am I supposed to do? Wait, what? Silent Hill F is insanely good. I really hope for Silent Hill F to be actually good though. Because I really want Silent Hill F to be actually good. And then Mike keeps telling me like, oh, Silent Hill F is not gonna be good because it's made by the same people who made Resident Evil Resistance. And like, okay. And then everyone's gonna jack off to Resident Evil because Capcom is gonna be like baby feeding us with Resident Evil. And then Amai's gonna be like, oh, Resident Evil is actually the better game than Silent Hill because Capcom actually cares about our games. I'm like, I just want something Silent Hill, like, you know. I just want something that's Silent Hill again, you know. I don't care about baby feeding us with like, you know, Resident Evil or Silent Hill. I just want to see if the Silent Hill game is gonna be good anyways. If it's not good, it's not good. If it's good, hooray! It's from the writers Higurashi. Yeah. This game looks goofy as heck. It is goofy as heck. I like this game so far. This game is cool. Anyways. One day, a strange merchant came to town. He sold handmade puppets and trinkets, and all the children loved his store and his gifts. But the town couldn't support his store because the other shops were failing. The other shopkeepers became jealous, so one night, some of the townspeople took all his puppets and threw them in the river. What the fuck? I don't have high hopes for... Yeah, I don't really have high hopes for Silent Hill 2 Remake because it's made by Bloober, and Bloober really fucking sucks, and I don't like Bloober at all. I think Bloober Games is like one of the worst fucking companies ever that makes horror games. Like, if you ever want to buy a Bloober game and say that it's actually really good, go fuck yourself and, like, literally, like, play the game all over again just to know that that game is shit. I feel like Ascension is gonna be shit. I think Ascension is gonna be shit. Silent Hill 2 is gonna be shit. I don't know about F, but F felt like a little bit of like Fatal Frame, but like I'm gonna like Fatal Frame and Siren. So my only decision on which Silent Hill game was gonna be good is actually just F. Ascension is not that cool. What's the other game that's like Townsfield or whatever it is called? What's the one with the Twitch chat thing? There's one with the Twitch chat, or like the audience can interact, like a fucking Telltale game. What's that one called? It's not Ascension, right? They're making like 4 Silent Hill games, I think, if I'm not mistaken. There's one Ascension, 2, F, and then one more. I think it's something fucking town something. I don't remember. But just afterwards, he came running to the river, crying and wailing that his children were being drowned. Sounds like Pokemon to me. I mean, fucking Bloober is probably cheap as fuck. I don't know. But also at the same time, you know, Bloober is gonna be taking it because yeah, they're a well-known fucking horror company and they make so good horror games, and it's like, wow, they're really good people that make very good horror games. I beg to differ. They're not really good at all, but sure. Complain about shit game buys anyways. I feel like I feel like Resident Evil is more of like people getting spoon-fed by Capcom. And the reason why they're coming back to Resident Evil like every time is because Capcom keeps spoon-feeding, and that's about it. Like, Konami doesn't even spoon-feed. They, like, prolong until they release the game. But, like, every time, like, Capcom release a fucking Resident Evil game, everyone's gonna be saying, like, oh yeah, Resident Evil is actually pretty good. Like, because we get spoon-fed, like, so much. I don't like that. He dove into the river trying to save his possessions. They're edging? They're not edging. Oh, okay, you know what? Yeah, maybe Capcom's edging. But Capcom edge a lot. No, sorry, not Capcom. Konami. Konami edges a lot. Konami edge like so much. I have no idea how much they edge right now, but sure. Complain about RE games all the time. Yeah, but there are some people like Amai who say RE games are good because they keep releasing RE's games like every single fucking year. And I say that because like they get spoon-fed a lot, which is like so weird. And I beg to differ that they're gonna get spoon-fed. Like most Resident Evil games are actually just not that good at all. The only good one that I could think of in the top of my head is actually like fucking, I don't know, 3 and 4. Like all the others are just bad for me. Well, 2, 3, 4. 7 was okay because like I really did like the whole escape room kind of vibe for myself. I didn't like RE1 Make. I think RE1 Make was like super fucking Resident Sleeper to me. I don't know why. I felt like I wanted to sleep over that game. It's weird. The townspeople, bitter and still angry, watched him frantically thrash and dive into the river until he never came back to the surface of the water. That kind of sucks. Ooh. I need to actually do this real quick. There we go. Grab the key, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, grab the key, get the fuck out of here. Oh fuck. I'm not gonna go there then. I like RE8, but I didn't like RE8. I feel like RE8 was just really horrible for some reason. I don't know why. Like, yeah, that was like some kind of replay value, but like afterwards it's just it kind of went down into shit. Like the beginning of the game already is like 30 minutes and I fucking hated it. Like into the speedrun is like 30 minutes and I fucking just hated it a lot. RE8 was not really that good to me. RE4 wasn't even that good at all. Like people keep like masturbating to RE4. I feel like RE4 is just fucking like RE4 remake was just not really that good at all. I don't know why. Although not what they wanted, the shopkeepers were satisfied. Years later, the children of the town began to go missing, and as more and more children disappeared, people began to find more and more puppets in the forest around the river. These puppets seemed almost to look like the missing children sometimes. Can I get the key? Thank you. So I haven't played RE4 Remake? It's long as fuck. That's all you need to know. It's long as fuck. Hello? Oh fuck, wow, Onion Head is quite deadly. Oh god, Onion Head. What the fuck are you doing, Onion Head? Hi. Am I dead? Oh no. Actually dying. Yo, is this a Dead Space? Gotta get my eyes poked right now. God damn. To become a puppet is to rid oneself of the pain and harshness of choice. Now, nothing you do is your fault. Now you belong to something. You belong to me. You belong to me? Fucking Taylor Swift song? Is it like the longest RE game? It's long. It's long as fuck. I mean, I took like 20 hours. Wait, is it? Did I take 20 hours just to beat it? No. No way I took like 20 hours just to beat it. I probably took like more than 20. I probably took like more than 20 hours to beat it though. I think. I don't remember how long did I actually like took to beat the game, but it took me a long time just to beat the game, honestly. And the only reason why is because like, you know, it's just way too long, and that's about it. Requiem as in Amnesia Requiem or fucking Penumbra Requiem. Because if you're talking about Amnesia Requiem, is it Requiem? Wait, Requiem. Oh, sorry, Amnesia the Bunker. That's the one. So no. What is Requiem? Which one is Requiem? Oh, Black Hill Requiem. Oh, that one. Yeah, I did finish that. I thought you meant Penumbra Requiem, because Penumbra Requiem is not really a good game, honestly. Yeah, so like, okay, I did like RE4, but the thing RE4 is that I feel like RE4 is just way too long. Like, you can just play through it once and then that's about it. Like, I don't think I would play through it again. Like, it's just a one and done kind of thing. A JoJo reference? Probably. But yeah, I did finish A Plague Tale Requiem. It's a pretty cool game. I really did like it a lot. But if you're talking about like Penumbra Requiem, that game sucks ass, honestly. What the fuck? Why am I getting fucked by? Am I supposed to look at him? Oh, I'm supposed to look at him. Oh, sorry. Okay. In his 20s already having Alzheimer's. True, honestly. Amnesia Rebirth. Yeah, I realized it was Amnesia Rebirth until like I forgot it was Amnesia Rebirth. Oh fuck. Oh no. Really? Okay. This is gonna be really bad. I got a stalker fan? Yo, I have a stalker right here. Goddamn. Dude, this guy's stalking me. Who the fuck are you? Why are you stalking me, man? This guy's literally stalking me right now. I'm kind of scared. I feel like one of you would do this. Honestly, one of you guys would do this. And that's gonna scare the shit out of me, honestly. Where's the door? This way. I'm not gonna give him my feet pics. He could look up at WikiFeet. Is WikiFeet still a thing? Like Lamau? Anyways, in order to survive this house, I need to keep writing notes. I must do everything a central protagonist would and hope this is one of those stories. Insert obscure horror reference that no one gets and misinterprets as instructions somehow. It's probably gonna be instructions. Goddamn, fucking WikiFeet is still around. Why is WikiFeet still around, honestly? Well, I still haven't died, so it appears I might be the protagonist, but I'm not entirely sure. I hope I'm not some side character that leaves notes for pointless exposition. Also, I found a strange computer that gave descriptions of the monster, and it seems like they are called effective, based on how many people they kill. Jesus. Oh my god, it's him again! Okay, wait, hold on. I didn't realize he's gonna come back. People like feet? People like feet, honestly. Wait. Okay. Oh, you think I didn't see you there, huh, mister? Yeah, that's right. Keep staying there, bitch. Oh, I see. Is he gone? Oh, okay, he's not gone. I was like, wait a minute, is he gone? Am I going the right way? No. Ow! Stop it! Stop it! You're not gonna get my feet. Stop getting my feet. Ah, I see your tricks now. I don't see that trick. I didn't get scared by one. I got scared by the other. Which kinda sucks! Oh my god, I forgot to turn back. I just needed to find a path. This path is like super fucking long anyways. Okay. Oi! Oi! Oi oi oi! You try there. What? Oh man. Okay, hold on. The happy mass salesman hates you. Ooh! Dude, he's onion fucking face. He looks like onion face to me. He has like a onion looking head. It just looks like he has an onion head. Vision of onions? Yeah. That's why he's evil. He wants to make people cry. Evil! $50! Let's go! What the fuck? Oh no! You're back! Really? No way! No way! Get out! Get out of here! He'll make you cry, then he'll make you die. True. Oh no. Hello. But yeah, I was about to say like I have no like new games lately that I want to play other than like maybe a few of the games that I was thinking of playing when it comes out. Oh yeah, one of the games that is that I'm gonna be playing sooner or later is actually Starfield. Because Bethesda was gracious enough to give me a key to Starfield. They were like, yeah, okay, sure, we're gonna give you a key to Starfield. I'm like, huh? No way! So I get to play like the game. I get to play the game like 5 days earlier. But I'm probably gonna play it like a day after the embargo. What the fuck? Oh shit, what the fuck? Stop scaring me like that. Yeah. I don't know how the game's gonna be like, but hopefully the game's gonna be cool and all. It's probably not gonna be good as fuck, but we'll see how the game's gonna be like anyways. Congrats on the free expensive game, damn nice. Yeah, it's not just free expensive game. It's free expensive deluxe edition game. Cause the game costs about like, well, the game costs about $100 here, but I'm getting like the deluxe edition, which is like fucking $150 here. So I got that for free. And I was like, yes, I got it for free. It's on PC, I think. I don't know if it's on console, but I got it on PC. Yeah, so thanks Bethesda. So I'm gonna play Starfield early. But also, at the same time, I do not know how Starfield is gonna be like anyways, because no one has ever, like, fucking did anything with Starfield. Cat DOS. Oh, whoa? Oh, whoa, Cat DOS? Oh, whoa? Assess specimen database. Modify house layout. That's a ghost. That's a... What the fuck is that? That's a... Oh. A mostly semi-solid based specter that frequently changes matter states. Proved very effective against weaker or slower subjects. If you play Darkwood, I've never played Darkwood. The only reason why I've never played Darkwood before is because it's just top down. If I'm not mistaken, it's like top down view, and I fucking hate top down view, honestly. Sorry, I'm looking at something real quick. Yeah, I don't really like top-down view kind of games. Yeah. A test specimen being developed at Good Luck Labs. Is it Good Luck Labs? GL Labs. Should prove useful when released. Trials have shown it is adequately effective to average subjects. Supposed to be amazing. I have not played it before. The only reason why is just a top down, and I was like, yeah, I'm not really into top down kind of games. I'm mostly into like first person kind of games. So anything that has like first person, it's like, yep, that's it for me, you know. 14th century spirit that was contained and relocated here. Tests have yet to reveal origins, but all relevant information has been placed into testing chamber. Azeon, hope you're doing well. Proof effective, but not greatly more than previous specimens. Holy shit, this was the one that I would. A creature found inside the church of a small town. Subjects are lost after contact with the specimen. What the fuck is that? Something of killing is unknown. Proved extremely effective and against subjects with mental issues or weak wills. That's me. Cocklick. A wooden life-size puppet found floating in a reservoir where a town had once been. Specimen is active despite appearance and has proved very effective on subjects who disregard it or have vision impairment. Cool. Can I go next? Oh, what the fuck? A specimen is constantly changing form and attributes depending on subject's personality, but most common form resembles a wall of moving anatomy symbols. Only effective on subjects with past trauma or history of psychological issues. I'm not fucked. What the fuck is that? Holy shit. A floating figure that appeared in a test... A floating figure that appeared in the test chamber a few years after it was filled with what was believed to just be unusually violent deer. Specimens seemed to engulf the subjects and absorb them into its torso region. Proved extremely effective on violent subjects. Modify house layout. Oh man, it's an error. Alright, let's execute the program. Alright. Thank you. See you. I haven't met the deer guy yet, so maybe he's gonna be pretty soon that I'm gonna be meeting the deer guy. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Xeon. Happy Monday. Monday is the day where everyone goes back to work after a weekend. And I hate Mondays. You ever hate Mondays? I hate Mondays. Oh shit, what the flying fuck? That's a brain. That's our brain. Hello, brain. Bye-bye, brain. I hope you don't, fucking break itself. You don't even have to go to work. This is my work. Hello? I work till late. What the fuck? Smile. I think the effectiveness of the specimens is also somehow related to the souls of the people they kill somehow. Hey, J Games. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, I'm still alive and strong, but I feel like the inmost cave of my journey lies ahead. I wonder what the antagonist would look like. I hope they are cute. Antagonist is cute. Hey yo, hey yo. Any cute antagonists? Ayaya, ayaya, clap. Ow, really? Oh, it's that guy again. Fuck me. I don't like that guy. Is that my father? No way my father looks like that. No way my father looks like a fucking onion head. Oh, fuck. Ow, shit, I forgot about this. Whatever. Ow! Stop it! Jesus. I'm about to die. I'm about to die already. Hello? Oh, okay, cool. Safe. I'm here to save. Yeah, my father ain't a fucking onion head. No way. No freaking way. Holy shit. What the flying fuck is this thing? Keep a little pep in your step, true. How you doing, Jumbo? Hope you're doing well. I just realized that I never had a mentor figure trial or leaving home scene. That means the story isn't following the archetype to make me a traditional hero, which means I can be killed off. Well, it was nice for a little while at least. I bet it'd be nice. I hope you're doing well, Jumbo. Okay, which way is which? Hope I'm going the right way. Okay, cool. Is this the same maze again? It is the same maze again, I guess. Oh shit, it's not the same maze. Whoops. It's the other way. This way. I'm hoping to have like some other game after I finish this game, because this game feels like it's gonna finish like pretty soon as well. Threshold of consciousness. Whoa. What the fuck? Clock tower? Hello. Are you gonna be my pocket pussy? I guess so.
Well, hello there. Are you lost, little one?
I'm not little, you're little.
This place can help those who are ready, but expect turmoil more than you are used to.
Are you my pocket pussy? I guess you are my pocket pussy though. Oh shit. Broken. Oh hi, what's up?
Two sides of the same coin.
Huh?
Knowing your projections can help you achieve greatness.
What? Wait. Huh? Okay. No idea what's happening, but sure. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing something with that arrow. I have no idea what the fuck am I supposed to be doing for now. Oh shit, is the fucking ghost guy is back. Oh man. Fucking Shrek's cummies coming to life is back. No way. Motherfucking Shrek's cummies. Hello.
The mask you wear serves its purpose well, but be careful not to lose yourself in it.
Become more than yourself. You are not. You're not. Be part of something. Follow the group. Be part of some. What? Okay. Evil. I just feel. I feel that evil presence. Evil. I feel an evil presence coming. It will be coming. No, I'm not talking about me farting. Holy shit! I'm. Is this weed?
Balance is the key to keeping your mind free and sane.
Is this weed? Am I in a room where I smoke weed? I should not be smoking weed. What the fuck?
Knowing your shadow can greatly help you, but be ready to see what you'd rather not be.
Guys, I should not be smoking weed. How am I smoking weed right now? Holy shit. Is this the effects of weed? Oh, fuck. Oh. Jesus. Wait. Who's there? What is there? Who is there? What is there? Oh my god, that's a mouth. That's also that's the legs and that's a mouth. Jesus. Sure. These edibles ain't sure. Yeah. Literally when the edibles kicked in. Yeah, literally you can make like trap music over like the OST and it will sound fucking banger for some fucking reason. Like literally put any trap lyric. Put someone who's a rapper. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Man, these rooms are really fucking tight as fuck, honestly. Yeah, these rooms are just really tight as fuck, honestly. I'm still going! Holy fuck. How am I still going? Jesus. It's never ending. These rooms are just as tight as fuck, honestly. They are tight as fuck. The soundtrack right now is also tight as fuck. Like, holy shit. Oh, there we go. We're out of there. Jesus. All the twists and turns is probably gonna give me a fucking nausea or something. Do I get more? Take the dead. Take the dead to take the dead to take the dead to take the dead to take the dead. Take the dead to take the dead. Okay, we take the dead. Aw, man. Still another error. Bullshit. Coffee? Pumpkin? Pumpkin spice latte? Hey, yo, this game is telling me something. This game is telling me to buy a pumpkin spice latte. Whatever it is in Starbucks. Jumpscare sounds so wacky, but they also scared the shit out of me a little bit, so there's that. Oh, is this thing again where like this guy's gonna like run towards me? Oh, fuck off, no. No. No, 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 no. No! It's gonna be a guy who's gonna run towards me and I'm gonna be fucking scared, honestly. What the fuck? There we go. Fuck that guy, honestly. That guy could go fuck himself. What the fuck? Hello? How am I not getting the fuck out of here? What? Truck horn sometimes? It'd be silly. This game be silly. And it's a good kind of silly, because everything in this game is very silly. What the fuck? There you go. Fuck me. There you go. We're out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here, man. I'm probably missing notes though, but whatever. I wonder why is there rails in this kind of room though? Like, what are the rails representing in that room? I know it's like a pathway, but like why? In a fucking small ass room like that? No way. I love it when things don't take themselves too seriously and embrace the silliness. It is. It's good. Props to the dev for making it very silly though. I like it. Silly game, silly goodness. Ooh. Ooh. What's all of this? It's a lab? Okay. Just a fucking lab, and that's about it. Oh shit. What the fuck? Again? You? God damn it. I don't like you. Every time when I see you, I have to turn around, and it sucks. Oh well. I have to go the other way. There we go. Almost got hit by that dude right there. Walk backwards. There you go. Okay. Ah shit! Wow. I almost got stabbed, but I didn't get stabbed, so thank you for not stabbing me, my dude. I legitimately thought I was gonna get stabbed because of that fucking stupid ass jump scare that's blocking me. And I got stabbed. Because I rambled. I rambled so much about not getting stabbed, but I got stabbed. Oh, there we go. What's that? Oh, you know what? Whatever. Whoa, hello. I didn't realize that you were there. At all. But sure. Man, where is he gonna get away? Oh, he got away. Okay, cool. Sounds like he's keep dropping the chopsticks. He tries to pick him up, but he couldn't. He's not Asian enough. He doesn't look Asian enough though. Although he looks like an onion. He doesn't look very Asian enough though. And I know this because I'm Asian. Oh no, we're in the green goo again. Cool. Love me some green glue. Green goo, not glue. Green glue. Of course. It's sticky, but it's not as gooey. Unless you add water into glue or borax, I guess. Yeah, borax into slime? Whatever it is, I don't even know. Only 6 more rooms to go, and I can take a break. Smile. Surely I'm gonna take a break, right? Surely nothing bad is gonna happen, am I right? Oh god, is these kind? I'm probably gonna... Oh god, he actually floats, which is actually kind of bad though. So I do not want him to float. Am I going the wrong way? Okay, no, I'm not going the wrong way. I thought I was going the wrong way. I was like, no way. No way, the wrong way? This can't be right. Is he still back? No, okay, cool. Hello! I'm here.
Well, here you are.
I'm here, hello!
Still here.
Yes, I'm still alive.
Keep on going, don't you? Well, the next door has been fixed up for you. So enjoy and keep moving on. You little fleshy live one.
Thank you for saying something about my penis. The fleshy... I have fleshy and that's about it. That's how you describe my penis. Fleshy. Very fleshy. Alright. Boom. 53? What do you mean 53? Hello? Wait, what? 53? Wait, am I going backwards? Wait, why 53? Day 2. Food supply depleted. Water supply at 30%. Mental health deteriorating. Leaving notes behind to help others and mark where I've been. What the? Wait. Wait a minute. Why am I at 50? Why the fuck am I back at 50? Huh? Is this a prank? Is this a fucking prank? Who's behind this prank that brought me back to 50? Ruda. I don't want to be back at 50. Not now, man. Not now, not now. Error, cannot release twice. Exit through express. Oh, you should look around. Okay, we're looking around. Oh. Oh, is that thing? Hello. Express tunnel. Okay, we're going to the express tunnel, I guess. So I guess it's a malfunction. Yeah, it's a malfunction. Ah, I see. I see. So it was not supposed to be 50. It was supposed to be 512. Because totally, I'm at 512 right now. Okay, what the fuck is right behind me? Oh, it's you again. Oh, shit. Crazy girlfriend. Crazy ex-girlfriend is back. I like to refer that to as a crazy ex-girlfriend because, you know, she's crazy. And she would actually stab the fuck out of me. But she also has a nice chest. Any kind of nice chest would be actually pretty cool. Like Lamau. Chest out! This part is trippy as well, like super fucking trippy. Get out of the way, you fucking jump scare piece of shit. I'm halfway there. Is she gonna break through the door? Oh, hell yeah, she's not there anymore. Fuck her. And her girlfriend vibes that I would tap her, but I won't. I won't tap her, I guess. All right. Hallucinations are manifesting at increasing intervals. Oh my god, I can't read. Hello? Can I read? Hallucinations are manifesting at increasing intervals. The cause is probably sleep deprivation or a gas that is being pumped into the rooms. I have not yet been injured, so I don't think the cause is a brain injury or a blood clot. That's actually pretty true though. Are you serious? It's you again? No way. Fuck off, dude. I hate you. Get out of here. Oh my god, you got stuck in between the walls. That is bad, but sure. Imagine being stuck in between the walls. My dick is huge and I'm here for it. God damn, you're right. How you doing, Panda? Hope you're doing well. There we go. Hey, Shy. I hope you're doing well as well. Now, how big are we talking about that penis, though? Allergies all day. Okay, allergies all day, but somehow your dick's huge. Did your allergies actually make your dick huge then? That's insane. Full horse length? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thank God your allergies actually made your dick bigger for some reason. I hope you're doing well, Shy and Panda. Other than the whole allergy thing. Hey, yo. I like cock. Please give me cock. That's not what it is in Korea. It's cola. Cola, okay? Cola. Also, let me check something real quick. Huh? It's not cock in Korea. It's cola. Let me get my cola already as well. If Joel was cold, would you let him sleep inside your foreskin? What? What? Huh? What? Yes, it's like Batman when he touched kryptonite became strong. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Koala penis in Korea? I guess so. For a while I thought I had really escaped this place, but despite the trees and flora, I think this is actually just another room I did. However, I find deer, so I might at least get to eat. They make some strange sound though. The deer? The deers make the strange sound? They go meh, meh, and then they just get eaten. Instead, my dad is a billion, what? Oh fuck! Okay, the deers are actually very, they fight. They fight. They fight in this. That's scary. It's scary that they actually fight. Any horror? Any horror? I don't know what they are, but those are definitely not deer. I tried sneaking up on one the other day to kill for food, but it saw me as soon as I got close. I was barely able to get away from the thing. I've managed to board up most of them. However, I can find another way out of here. Okay. I got an X. Wait. That's it? An axe? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Don't ask me how firing the lasers feel. What? You firing lasers for your dick? No way. Oh fuck. This is not right. Ah! This is not right at all. Ew, the blue key. I don't know why is there a blue key, but the blue key. It's the worst. It's like a hose. This is like coming up from your penis, of course. Hey, yo, music. That's it? Wait, hold on. What? Can I get better music? That's it? Oh, man. The music goes shit now. Oh! Oh no! I have an X! I have an X! Ah! Ah! I have an X! I have an X! Don't you dare ask me a question! Don't you dare ask me a question! Hey yo, baby fetus. Ah! Ah! He's fast! He's fast! He's fast, guys! I'm scared! Ah! I do not want to join and submit. Oh my god, Jesus. That's actually scary as fuck. What in the fucking world? Oh my god, that was literally frightening. That was actually frightening to me. Yo, 569, hell yeah. You know when you put the bath holes on the floor and turn the water to max, that's how it, Jesus. That's how your penis feels like? God damn. I wish the best of luck to your penis though. If it's actually that huge when you get allergies. God damn. It's going too powerful. Thank you, allergies. Hell yeah. It fucked your eyes up, but it made your dick bigger for some reason. That's going okay so far. It's going okay. I have like, what? Like a few more rooms to go. Surely I'm doing alright, am I right? Surely. Can I ask this thing? Can I ask a question? What if it was purple? Purple. Did I miss the intro to my favorite on the monsters? The deer? I don't think so. I don't know. I just knew that he was coming and that's about it. I knew he was coming and that's about it. He came. Oh shit! Ah! He's back! He's back! See, he's back! Hello? Oh, he's like super fast as well! Well, that happened. As you can tell, that happened. Oh shit! Wow. Let me just go. Let me just go, please. Goddamn jump scare. Oh please don't give me that whatever fucking jump scare thing again. Oh I'm out of here, bitch. I'm out. Let go. But yeah, the guy could not ask me a question. It can't ask me a question, man. I am untouchable. As the homies all say, I am untouchable. Imagine if this was a fake safe room. Goddamn, if it was a fake safe room, I would freak the fuck out. And then look at the room number, because the room number would totally signify that it is a safe room. And if it's not at the hundreds, I will be freaking out. Maybe in the 50s. But if it's not in the hundreds, I'll be freaking the fuck out. Holy shit, long hallway. Long hallway. Long hallway for my inevitable death. This way. Long hallway again? Really? How many of these long hallways are there? Oh my god, not these. No, it's you again. Hello, crazy ex-girlfriend that I don't want to meet. Oh, fuck. Oh. Ooh. All these faces are kind of weird, honestly. Holy shit, I'm in a tube. What the fuck? What the? Okay, hold on. Where the fuck am I? In. Read. This old place is somehow even worse than the new GL labs, although it seems to have been constructed with a much larger budget than the new lab. Nothing works quite right. I can see why it was abandoned so quickly. I wonder if there really is anything here worth salvaging. Uh-oh. Non-subs? Yeah, we have everyone has non-subs. Can't believe this, man. Anyways, if you want to support the channel, always use Twitch Prime. Sub to the channel is always great. Donate to the channel, or even if you want to, you can always use the Twitch Nitro to skip the ads. Look at that. You can always skip the ads. Wait, I can't use my axe? Oh, I can use my axe. Unfollow? No. My life is ruined with unfollows. How about no? So you're gonna stay with the 3-minute ads, I guess? Is that how it is? You're gonna stay with the 3-minute ads? This facility is quite odd. Some of the equipment doesn't seem quite right. Almost as if it were designed for people without hands. Also, I'm not sure if it's just faulty electronics, but the power keeps fluctuating and weird noises are coming from the air ducts. I have plot armor. What? Plot armor? Take that plot armor away and support the channel right now. Also, weirdly enough, I had like one stream where I had like $33 of AdSense revenue. Or like ad revenue, not AdSense revenue, it's just ad revenue. I was like, what the fuck? How do I get like $33 from one? Yeah, $33 from one stream of ad revenue. It's supposed to be like less, but I don't know why is it like more on that day. Damn, brother, that's cool. Half window, yeah, true, man, true. Spooky just said that there were things we needed to salvage from this place. I'm starting to worry that a loose specimen may be included in the list of things for us to retrieve. The power just shut off again. Is everything broken in here? Wait, this is still 610? Whatever I am is still 610, really? I don't know what to do. I can't think well. I feel strange. I'm hiding from that thing. I feel like something is growing on my skin. I can't seem to tear it off fast enough, and I'm losing a lot of blood. Oh god, Jesus. You have to keep it close. It becomes something else when it gets too far away. Something I can't outrun. Oh, hi. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Dude, that's a vagina! Hell yeah! That's my pocket pussy right there! Look at that pocket pussy. Would you ever put your dick inside that pocket pussy? It's 10 out of 10. Hell yeah. Oh! Okay, what if I go like far away from it? Oh, okay, wow. It actually fucking, okay, that kind of sucks ass. I know you would as well. I know you would like put your dick in that kind of thing, honestly. Who wouldn't put your dick into that kind of thing? Chop off your cock? No. Those things are, you know, like the little, what do you call them in your fucking flashlight? The Ono hole, whatever it's called. The fucking bumps in the Ono hole. The bumps in the Ono hole. That's what it is. I went to look at flashlights a few days ago. Yeah, cool. I don't know. Is this what pussy looks like? And I had to stick with this thing. I can't run away from this thing. I had to stick with this thing. Pussy doesn't have teeth. I don't know. Some crazy bitch probably have pussy with teeth. You know the phrase, do not fuck crazy? Well, too bad, I'm gonna fuck crazy. Pussy doesn't have teeth, but pussy butts have teeth. Sis! The 25 get the subs, what the fuck? What the vagina? Yo, vagina. Yo, vagina. Wait, hold on. Sis gifting us up to Nepgear, Magical Grill, King Brother, Vile, Film, Stranger, Snot, Muffin, Rothy, Moogle, Shotgun Man, Filzy, Nuke Skywalker, Carbo, Eagles, Mania, MDH, AHS Maxi, Dame Butter, Neoda, Crybaby, Chompy, Not Toast, Adagio, Zane, White X Panther, and Mr. Black. So yeah, thank you. Sis out here chose violence. Yeah, choosing violence with looking at that vagina. Can't believe this. Oi! Oi! Oh my god, wait! Where's the door? Oh, the door's here. Oh fuck. I was like, wait a fucking minute. I got an X. I'm gonna ask X you a question. Can I not even like attack it? Dom gang? Dom gang. Wait, no. No, sis. No, not sis. Shy is a sub gang. What the fuck? No way you're Dom. No way you're actually Dom. I'm Dom. I don't have a sub. Fuck you. Hey yo. Hey yo. Someone gift Xeon a sub right now, and try to, so they become both subs, and then they are subs to the Master Dominance Dominator Dominer. Dominatrix, how you doing, 3 boy? Hope you're doing well. How everyone is doing well. Hope you're doing well, sis, as well. Sis missed a shot. He can't make me a sub. No way. Joe is into dominatrix. Maybe if you're a woman, probably. I don't even know. Oh, Joe? What the? What? No. No way. And that's 6 months of. Xeon, you're gonna get 6 months of being a sub. That's it, man. 6 months of being a sub. I can't believe this, my dude. Hey, Mugo. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you got a sub. You get a sub. And you get a sub. And you get a sub. And you get a sub. But here's the thing, Xeon. You're 6 months. You're a 6 month sub. You're gonna be a sub for 6 months. And Shy's gonna be a dom for 6 months, provided that he doesn't sub for 6 months. So Shy's gonna dom on you, man, because he doesn't have a sub for 6 months. How's that possible? Well, too bad. The sub becomes the dom. The dom becomes the sub. That's how logic works now. Well, only gave 1 month sub? What? No. Well, sis gifted a tier 1 subs for 6 months again to Shy. So Shy and Xeon are now subs. The subby subs. Can't believe this. Subby subs to the channel right now. What's up, you subs? I'm your new daddy now. Even though I'm probably not a daddy, I'm daddy. You better call me daddy now. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Go, daddy. Yes, daddy. Go, daddy. Hell yeah. Also, this thing is long. What the fuck? Why is it so long right now? Why is everything so long right now? What? Oh. Benefit is by 28 February. The 28 February. That is 6 months away. That is a very long time. 6 months away. Almost the leap day? Hey, yo, yeah, I forgot about leap days. I forgot that 2024 is also the fucking year of the Olympics as well. It's been 3 years since the Olympics happened. It's been 3 years since the Tokyo Olympics happened. What the fuck? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is with this? Oh, wait. You gifted more than 1,000 months in the chat?
They've gifted 1,162 months in the chat.
Sis has gifted more than 1,162 months in the chat. What? That's a lot. That's a lot of months. Also, is Goo Monster gonna come? I'm guessing Goo Monster is gonna come out. Yeah, Goo Monster is coming. Alright, cool. Being slave for 6 months. Not slave! You're a sub. You're just a sub for 6 months. And then, I don't know if you want to become more subby. I hit 1K a long time. Yeah, I know you hit 1K a long time ago, but like, you hit that many months. I didn't realize. I forgot it was months. What can I do for you, horse? Support the channel by gifting more subs, or even donating to the channel, or even, I don't know. If you're a non-sub, you can sit through the ads, or, I don't know. Excuse me. No, not sucking my cock. I don't want any guy to suck my cock. I've realized that if I get a guy to suck my cock, that's gonna be really bad. Hey yo, sis, Shy.
What affects 7 and Bay Blush?
With 100 bits, thank you very much for the 100 bits, much appreciated. Hey Top, hope you're doing well. Get me out of here! Shy is good at that. Shy is good at sucking cock, maybe. I've not tried that yet. Should I try? Should I try asking Shy, hey Shy, do you want to suck my cock? Hey yo, the goo's gone finally. I know, right? I know, it's a shocked face. I know, right? But that's never gonna happen. I has been feeling down lately because of the whole surgery. I think the whole not surgery. Sorry, it's the whole hospitalization thing. I actually do not know why he got hospitalized in the first place, but like he got hospitalized. Famous last words, yeah. I'm starting to lose track of time. The battery on my phone became very low, so I delegated to save it in case I find an exit. Phone? There's a phone in here? Oh shit, we're coming to the 666 room. Oh shit. Oh, hello! I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. Ask you a question. Ask you a question. Oh, so I didn't realize that X, like, is it X sub sound is from this game? Oh god, hi! Hi! I have to ask you a question. I forgot it. I didn't realize that he goes through the walls. No wonder he's been like grabbing me that quick. Motherfucker has been grabbing me so fucking quick because he goes through the wall. Also, that was my 666 room. Where he grabbed me through the wall. Ah! He tried. Ah! I'm actually scared if BP actually bit. I can't handle it. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro. I'm not gonna join and submit. I'm not gonna. Oh my god! Holy crap! I'm gonna die. I'm literally gonna die because I'm literally like fucking low. What the fuck? No, I'm not gonna get into submission with 13 gifted subs to a Rain Dog 2 Soul Hunter 0 point for Yaran. Nambred got one. Rooster, dude. Learjack, Nayeli, Light, Zelvarian, Arkanfan, hello, Zarubora, and Oyarj. Maybe my sugar daddy is point. No. Sis is not gonna be my sugar daddy. He's gonna be the biggest supporter of the horse gang. Gang, horse gang. From the stable club. Gang, horse gang. Gang, horse gang. That's what it is. Gang, yeah, gang, horse gang. What do you mean you have 1 minute? What do you guys mean you have 1 minute? Will you listen to whatever sis say? No. I don't listen to what sis say. Oh, it was a hype train. I forgot it's a hype train. Yo, guys, hype train, scam train, hype train for the gang, horse gang. I forgot. I didn't realize. I forgot that there's a whole like the fucking hype train. Hype train's going on. Yo, hype train, hype train. Yo, guys, hype train. I don't even know where the hype train's at. Wait, hold on. Where the hype train's at? Hype train. It just started. I don't even know where is it. Level 4 hype train. Gang, horse gang in the stable club. But yeah, yo, level 4 scam train. Let's go. I don't even know what's my highest like scam train, honestly. It didn't count 20. No, it did count. I'm pretty sure it did count. Oh fuck! Wow, I'm gonna die. I'm literally gonna die. Yo, 3D boy, thank you for the 30 bits, much appreciated. Sis scammed himself? What the fuck? Yo, sis. Scam train, scam. Sis gifting 25 get this. Oh man, what the flying fuck is happening today? Brother! Why is there so many? Why is there so many today? What the flying fuck is happening today? What the flying fuck is happening today?
Got some bits. Gang.
Yo, gang, horse gang. Thank you for the 30 bits again. We got more vaginas. How you doing, Dante? Hope you're doing well. Demand a lap dance. You're not gonna demand a lap dance. Says once P1 playthrough. True, but P1 playthrough is gonna be like fucking I don't even know where. Oiler Tycoon. Oh, Oiler Tycoon. Oiler. Or any Oilers in the chat? Hell yeah, brother. Anyways, I don't even know like. Wait, hold on. Let me like. I need to find like an actual safe place. Because this guy's literally fucking chasing after me with a fucking needle in his hand. Could be better, not gonna lie. I'm gonna make your day better by making all the weird noises that I'm gonna fucking die. Hopefully not. Like that. I made all the weird noises because I got scared. Hope you feel better today. Ow! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck. There we go. Almost breaking the height record. Yo, hype train, scam train for the gang. Yo, ice cream so good. Yes. Gang. Why are you following me? Dude, literally, I feel, okay, you know what? That is Sis following me right now. Sis is literally following me right now. I'm scared. Sis need to stop following me right meow. Holy shit, he did. he did stop following me. There you go. That's it. Anyways, Sis gifting more subs. I'm at 200 subs. What the flying fuck today? Gifting 25 more subs to Damon, Autumn Bun, Key Caleb, Diogo Silva, sorry. Honest Cone, Firefly, Thuradas, Digo D, Demagero, whatever it is. Mysterious, Robert, Little Crochet, Silva, Umbra, Kevin, VJ, Kozum, Manini, Pilcom, Meister, Pile Guts, Dante got a sub. Yeah. Fucking Dingo got one. Drev, Isofreeze, Oni Tugboat, Nancy Drew, Sleuth, and Emberton. I guess Emberton. And then another 50 subs! Stop. Excuse me. Stop. Right meow. Stop it. There's too many vaginas today. Way too many vaginas today. 50 subs to Pepe Tumo, Bowie, Elendil, Will, the Herminator, RBH, WTT, Ruby what? I don't even know. Black Nile, Jordan, sure, Paulo, Red Tamaki, Mac Daddy, McDonald's Daddy? Hell yeah. Crimson Rosebud, Captain Guardsman, Umberkin, Unchosen Undead, Tankar, Igloo, Renzo, Duhuan, Sax, got us up, Sax. Whatever Chinese name is that? Strive, Capo, Electra, Tortilla, Pink Eye. I don't want to get Pink Eye. Bonnie, Mr. Copy, Bart, Aussie Gaming, Retro Reflex. But hope you're doing well, Retro Reflex. By the way, I saw you in chat. Lost Bullets, Guy Games, Kit Kat Clover, Ghost Like Toast, Lucifer's you bitch. Lucifer's my bitch as well. Howling Xenoger, Samurai, Chameleon, Drunken Possum, Lentos, Black Joker, Veronica, Red Rum, Thanamir, Donoran, the Donoran, Teddy Raz, Toad, Dread Optimist, Delirious, and PlayStation Runs? Motherfucking PlayStation Runs is in here. What the fuck? You gotta sleep. Have a good night. Alright, have a good night. Nan Bread. Yeah, have a good one. I need to type something to you real quick. Nan Bread, real quick. There we go. I typed it. How you doing, PlayStation Runs? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, yesterday I did like, whatever it is. Yesterday I did Alone in the Dark for PlayStation Runs, and it was pretty shit, but also pretty cool. I don't know why it be that way. Yeah, cool. Holy shit, we are at level 11? How are we at level 11 right now? We're at level 11. What the flying fuck today? Is this Max Mofo? I'm Max Mofo. Good day, mate. It's your boy Max Mofo. I open up the Pokemon cards on stream, con. I don't even know how to do an Austrian. Oicon. That's all an Oicon. We're gonna open up all these Pokemon cards. All the Pokemon cards. Well, yeah, I know, right? How you doing, Global Reset Music? Hope you're doing well. Stop like meow. This how Mind Break category is made? Yeah, Mind Break category. King Pisser? True. I don't even know, man. Like, today's grateful poggers. I can't remember why did I come here. I can't remember. Why did I come here? Was there even a purpose? I believe death is steadily approaching me now. The hallucinations can hurt me. I'm out of provisions, and I'm having sudden violent heart palpitations. Hello, Michael. Hope you're doing well. We're gonna hear like 3 million vaginas right now, because the 3 million vaginas is gonna be very, very much there. And we're not stopping on the vaginas. The vagina train is still going. Because I never decided to put any like gift sub, like grouped up gift subs, because I'm a dumbass. I can put table for yo, dude. I'm gonna show you guys this as well, because this was something that was pretty fucking stupid. And I showed like fucking I showed Amaya about this, I think. Yo, level 11 hype train, let's go, guys. Choo choo, scam train, hype train for the gang, horse gang. That's it. Oh fuck, I'm a sub. Are you doing, Kit Kat Clover? Hope you're doing well. Yes, you are. Now you sub to me, your Lord and Savior. Anyways, any whore. So the white bar, no, not the white bar. The violet, is that violet? Which one is darker? Violet or indigo? I think indigo is like darker. Whatever. Look at this big bar right here that I got $33 of ad revenue. I have no idea why I had $33 of ad revenue at the time. Like, look at the ad revenue. This is gifted subs, and then the ad revenue is usually supposed to be that fucking like little. But at the time I got like $33 of ad revenue, and I'm like, what? I went like, what? I got $33 of ad revenue. Sorry, I had to like type to someone real quick. Probably all the big rates. Yeah, I kind of think that like big rates actually help with fucking ad revenue for some fucking reason. I have no idea why. Gang gang, gang gang, horse gang. I'm gonna make that a jingle right now. We play that game. See you. True. Anyways, day 7. What's day 7? I can't tell. Wait, hold on. Gang gang, ice cream so good. Yeah, gang gang, gang gang, ice cream so good. Yes, yes, yes. Gang gang, horse gang. I can't tell the real from unreal anymore. My limbs refuse to move the way I want them to. I feel like I'm wading. Wadding? I'm wadding in a deep river. God damn it, my. Shut the fuck up, vaginas! Shut the fuck up! Anyways, that is always flowing against my direction. Now I will lay down and let the river flow over me. I will let it guide me to its end. I know where I'm going anyway. This entire place, is just a gyrating, screaming rock in the vastness of an infinite kingdom. I'm going to rest now. I'll be watching over you. This is the most vagina jewel I'll ever get. Yo, guys. I'm 24 and a virgin. This is the most amount of vaginas I'm gonna get in my life. It's like a gangbang. It's like a reverse gangbang. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me all these vaginas today. Holy shit! It's a burger place. Yo, that's toilet. Hey, yo, let's go to the women's toilet real quick. Yo, someone's period's on the floor. Hello? Shit, there's a key. Hello? Oh, what the fuck? Huh? Where's there a note? Well, I broke one rule. I broke my one rule today. The management doesn't give out actual lunch breaks, so I can't go anywhere, and they won't allow outside food here. I mean, they actually screamed at the last customer who did that. Anyway, I had a burger. It wasn't bad, and I don't feel sick, so I might get a few every now and then. But whose period is on the floor then? God damn. The men's bathroom is broken! No way! No way! The men's bathroom is broken! Oh, what's this? Hold on. Be this tall. I'm not that tall, man. Fuck me. God damn it. Why do I have to be that tall? Wait, read. This is strange. I had a dream last night about this restaurant. I know I was here, but I also felt like I was in another place at the same time. Everything looked so wrong. Nothing was the right size, and I kept hearing these strange animal noises, almost like wailing. I guess I just feel guilty for eating that burger the other day. Also today I saw that man again, the one who kept ordering every 10 minutes. This time he never even left the parking lot. He just got his meal, parked, and then got back in line. He must have done it at least 8 times before he left. It's like a carnival fucking ride. Vagina, vagina, vagina. Is there any notes that I can actually get while listening to fucking vagina? Oh, there we go. I was anxious getting a job here at first, but it seems like things are getting better. This chain is really expanding, which is a shock. Because just last week, I heard this company was going broke. Every day, more and more people show up to eat here. Something still sets me off about this place, and it's food though. So I'm eating. So I'm going to try and not eat anything from here. No eating. I don't want to eat. No eating. Hey yo, boss room. Hey yo, what up, boss? Today is a weird day. The average number of orders continues to rise and he has been, but I don't know about the number of people. Today I saw someone use the drive-thru and order a lot of food for one person. And then about 10 minutes later they were back. They ordered the same exact meals and then they left again. And then after another 10 minutes they were back again. Maybe they're just delivering food for a party or hotel, but it worries me for some reason. 100% beef. Yo. Anyone gonna eat that beef? Anyone have that beef? That beef with any kind of people? Any beefers? Hello? Is this Five Nights at Freddy's? Is this Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, hello? What the fuck? If it's 6 vaginas per sub, how many vaginas it is? Pepe. No! Hey, yo, what the fuck is the chain? What the fuck is this? What can I get from this? What? Oh man. And there's a lot of vaginas today. A lot of vaginas that we have to sit through. I'm gonna sit through a lot of the vaginas right now. Today we're sitting through all them vaginas. I have no idea what to do, but we're sitting through all them vaginas. What? Oh, it's still locked. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. So I really have to go through this maze and find, like, a place for me to go. Okay. Oh, God, my back hurts. Every time it reads Sis full name with number, yeah, Sis 121525. There was a horrible accident today. At least. Has it stopped? Are the vaginas in my head stopped? Am I not schizophrenic anymore? The vaginas in my head actually stopped! Oh my god! It's gone! The vaginas in my head are gone! Let's go! Wait, did it really actually just... Oh yeah, it did stop. Yeah, we're free! No more vaginas! That's it! Between your legs is not in your head? What? What? But, it's like the schizophrenia. They were shouting at me. The vaginas. Someone was saying vagina again and again and again. I must be going crazy. People must have heard it, right? Anyways, there was a horrible accident today. At least that's what the managers are calling it. One of the other employees brought in some outside food and got into a fight with the manager about it. The employee said that the burgers here smell like sulfur, and I then watched the manager grab the kid's neck and shove his head onto the grill. The employee got up and ran out before anyone could do anything, and I'm told that he is fine. But that really shook me to the... What the fuck? Wait, I then watched the manager grab the kid's neck and shove his head onto the grill. What the fuck? No way. Hey Guns, hope you're doing well. Yo, Ohio, yes. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. They locked me in a room. Am I supposed to... Is that what it is? No way, that's it. Oh, okay, here. There we go. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with rats saying vagina, and the rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with rats saying vagina, and the rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was once crazy. Saying vagina a lot of times sadly didn't make it any... Guys. That was the most vaginas I've ever had, and it was so good. I think I lost my virginity today. Thank you guys so much for the support, giving me all these vaginas. I think I lost my virginity. It was very cool. I'm leaving. I fell asleep in my car today after eating one of those burgers. I remember brief flashes of a man or animal coming towards me and feeling like some huge lumbering thing was wailing from deep underground as I continued eating. When I woke up, I was fine, but had veered off the road. I don't know if it's some weird allergic reaction to a preservative they use or something much worse, but this is my last day. Hey RS5, I hope you're doing well. I thought I'd unfollow you. Nah, you missed out. Here's what you missed out. You missed out me losing my virginity today. yeah, RS25, you missed out me losing my virginity today because I got gifted 125 vaginas. That's as much as you get, which is only one, and that's only Britney's one. I'm sorry. That's really, yeah, true. Does it open up now? What am I supposed to do? I take my congrats back. Yeah, I mean technically that's true, right? Am I not lying? He gets 1 while I get like 125. I'm the best. Around. Nothing's gonna ever get you down. Wait, key? Key. I got key. Times 6? Times 6? Ah! Sorry! Oh my god! Why is the devil here? Why is the devil here? Anyways, hope you're doing well, RS25. We're very close to the... oh, wait, what? Oh, there we go. We are very close to the... Sorry. To the fucking, Parasite Eve. Sub-goal. Parasite Eve sub-goal is still there. It's still running, it's still going. Let's go! Oh, shit. I was there, and then I came in here, SMH, yeah, cool. Hey, it's an experience, honestly. Coming here is always an experience. Coming is also an experience. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Stop showing me pictures of, the devil. What the fuck? Stop! Stop it! Right, meow! Please! Please! I can't math? No, it's not math! Okay. Okay, that many vaginas, true. What's this game? Basically, you, oh, fuck. You go through rooms and you... Yeah, that's it. It's supposed to be going through 1,000 rooms and then you try to escape from 1,000 rooms. That's the whole gist of this game. And I've been wanting to play this game for a while because, one, I had this in my library for a long time and I never played it. Two, oh, fuck me. My, oh, hi. Oh, shit. Yo, vagina. Yo, vagina. Yo. Let's go! Let's go! We got that vagina back! Would you put your dick in that vagina, man? Look at that layers of that. Look at the layers! Would you put your dick in that thing? Would. Honestly, would. It's... True, very true. But hey, I had to bring this along. I have to like do this slowly because if I do this quickly, it's not gonna help. It's gonna fuck me up. Hey Shay. Yeah, you didn't dodge the sub because he gifted 125 subs today. Imagine today being able to dodge a sub because he gifted 125 today. Chainmail condom and then you're in. Yeah, hell yeah. I hope you're doing well, Shay. Anyways, guys, would you put your dick in there? I dodged the last set the other day. No, the last set was 25 though. They were 25. This one was 125. So you can't do anything about that. Well, less than 100. Oh yeah, less than. Oh shit, less than 125. I forgot about that. This doesn't seem scary because it just lures you in that you want to put your dick into that thing. But like, do you want to put your dick in that thing? Alright, have a good night's sleep, Shay. It doesn't seem scary because it's very appealing that you want to put your dick in that thing. It's like a Demogorgon or whatever it is called. Is it Demogorgon? I don't even know. Look at that. This is a very cute Demogorgon that you want to put your penis in it, but you shouldn't put your penis in it because it's gonna fuck your penis up for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Which way? Am I going the right way? Oh god, I'm going the wrong way. Whatever. Demogorgon from Fortnite. Yeah, from Fortnite. Fortnite. Ow! Jesus! Okay, I'm gonna get fucked. It's gone! It's gone! Thank God! Okay, cool. Joe playing Fortnite? I don't play Fortnite. I only play Fortnite like maybe once or twice. But that's because like when it first came out, I was like, yeah, sure. Why not just play with friends? And then I played with friends, and then it was, eh. So afterwards, like, you know. Oh yeah, I blocked you on. Oh yeah, I blocked Michael on fucking on fucking PlayStation. I forgot about that.
Oh, hi. I didn't think you'd make it this far.
750. Yo, anyone would?
Congratulations. You're just about there.
Anyone would tap?
Well,
Any tappers?
the gift ready, so,
Sha!
there you go.
Sha! Is that the Ghost One Adventure Time? Yeah, probably.
So, see you later.
Sha! Tappers? Any tappers? Oh, what the fuck? Why is my stamina all so fucking low now? Do I really not have stamina? Oh, fuck. Oh no, my stamina! Joe's a howl for blocking me. I just want to be friends. Well, too bad. I don't really use PlayStation a lot, so too bad, too sad. Joe's a cunt. I am indeed one. And I have to run away from this person right now. Dude, does he have a dick in his... does he have a dick on his head? Wait, he has a fire dick on his head. Look at those balls. Yo, he has a dick on his head. He has like a spiky dick on his head. Look at that. Hell yeah, brother. A unicorn? No, that's not a unicorn. That's a dick. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a... Hold on. Great balls of fire? True. I can run again. I didn't realize I can run again, but I can run again. Hey, we're gone. He's gone. No more seeing his fiery balls. His fiery balls are cool, but like, we're gone. We are dipping the fuck out of there. We dipped on his weird ass balls. Oh no, it's these. Oh man, it's the centipede. Oh, I fucking hate the centipede. The centipede sucks ass. Yeah, the centipede fucking sucks ass. I don't want to be with the centipede right now. Oh man. Go, go, go! Oh god, wow, the centipede is just very nearby. It's near to me. This thing blocked me, piece of shit! Piece of shit, fucking jump scare piece of shit thing! Blocked the fuck out of me! Grrr! Nar! How dare it! I need to have a head start, man. Go, go, go! Duo is good at this no brain game. Yeah, because there's literally no brain. You literally have to run and run away from these kind of creatures, because these creatures actually do suck though. Oh my god! Oh my god! Please don't touch me! Thank you! Oh god, he's gone. He's gone. Gone for life. Gone forever, gone for life. Can't get me no more. Can't get me no more. This way. I hope the fucking onion head is not gonna be back though. If the onion head is gonna be back, I'm gonna be really fucking scared though. Right, this way, that way, this way. Alright, we're almost at 800. Oh god, it's the fucking centipede again. What's the difference? Okay, dumb question. What's the difference between a centipede and a millipede? Anyone knows the difference between a centipede and a millipede? Legs? Really? This game fucking rules. This game cool. How you doing, Beep? Hope you're doing well. Run! Get out! My mom? Hell yeah, my mom is the difference maker. How many does a centipede have and how many does a millipede have? Which one is more? Ah! Sorry. Which one is more, which is less? That's my mom. True. Get out of here. Get out of here, you fucking centipede looking monster. Hey, yo, I'm out here. We out in this bitch. How's the witness yesterday? I watched you play the witness for like an hour, a good hour, and I was like, hell yeah, my favorite game has been played by my leader of the Twitch team, Poggers. Probably gonna play it more. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yo, Papa John's in this game. Yo, you can do it. We can help. Give me all your pizza in the entire world so I could eat more Papa John's. I feel both smart and stupid as fuck. Dude, that game makes me feel super smart and also super stupid when the solution becomes very easy. Papa John's is a real horror. Yo, Papa John's is like literally that, like that. There's no simple answer. There's a turn. Oh, we have meaning both centipede and millipede has been have varying amounts of thing depending on the exact type. I see. I just don't really know the difference between them. I just see them as like the same thing. Papa John ate all the pizza, but also Papa John's was. Didn't Papa John's went to prison once or something like that, or he went to jail once? I don't know what it was for, but like he went to jail once. Like Lamel. Oh shit! What a mansion! Ah yes! What a mansion! What is this? Wow, what a mansion! Inside another mansion! Just Google the two animals and you see the centipede and more clearly separated segments. Okay. It goes out and ate 30 pizzas for a whole month or something. Ah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. Maybe I have made it all the way to the end of the house. Maybe this is like a resting place or another entrance perhaps. Whatever the case, I think this is a good spot to rest. I think this is a good spot for me to get water. Because I need water. And I want to drink water. Hope this wasn't any evil in that resident. Yeah, man. What a mansion. I'll show you something. Worm light. Yo, your worm doesn't make semen that well. I can't believe this. Oh my god. No way. Technically, it's very true though. Damn, what a mansion. What the fuck? This mansion is strange. I think the bricks and wood are actually just painted on. Everything still feels kind of fake. Also, I keep hearing movements and voices below me. Maybe other survivors are hiding down there. Oh shit, a blue key right here. How do you know that the test came back and my comment's great? Sure, my dude. Is Jules come great? I don't know. Oh wait, this is the same area. What the fuck am I doing? Oh shit, bedroom. Oh shit. Is there a zombie in here? Oh. Wait, I gotta hide in here? Oh! Hello? I wasn't that scared at all. I swear I wasn't even that scared. Holy shit, he has a fucking... Oh shit, I need to hide. I need to hide. But I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to your mom. It's Heisei. Heisei did something to your mom. Heisei was like, yeah, ask your mom, and then, yeah. I didn't do anything to your mom. I think your mom is a great person. Oh shit. Oh shit. You can't take the old man seriously. He sometimes says I'm so lonely. Well, too bad. He is lonely. Tell him to be lonely. How you doing, Gabriel Ultra Kill? Hope you're doing well. I somehow managed to get away, but I don't know how. Don't know for how long. I hear him even when I know he's not there. It's like he isn't even real, but instead my own fears manifesting themselves and stalking me. Okay. Ooh, scary. What do you mean locked? Oh shit, the wine cellar. The wine. I love wine. I can hear him coming down the hallway. I need to hide, but I don't know where. I now know this is not an exit or a resting place. It's just another specimen room. I think he's outside the door now. Wait, is he really? Is he really? God damn, my dude. Well, time for me to hide and actually look at my my email real quick, because I'm gonna look at my emails.
So lonely.
You're so lonely? More like, go make friends, bitch. I think it's easy enough to make friends. It's not that easy to make friends. But how about you make friends, bitch? Email, email, e-female, any e-fuck. Email and e-female are e-fucking. Go fucking to make friends? No.
Come out.
You can't do that. Can't do that at all. Nuh-uh, you can't do that. How is it still locked? Be fuck buddies? No way. Huh? Well, what key do I have? I have a library key, but I don't know what the library key goes to. Hey, Xana. You need a fuck buddy? The fuck? Wait, where's... Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, that door is locked. The door is locked. That door is locked. Oh, like the library. There we go. Library. I'm not gonna pick up this key just yet. Is there anything that I can actually take? Ah, whatever. Pick up the key. Parlor key. Okay. Parlor key. I like how Specimen 9 has no set encounter area, only if you AFK and you get very long hallways. What? Really? Don't know what that is, but interesting. Oh shit! What up? Take a book. Oh, it's a book. Oh no, it's reading. I picked up the book though. Oh shit! God, I haven't played this in ages. I just started playing this because I never knew that this game was in my library and I need to actually play this game. I hope you're doing well, not Xana. Now Kami. Why is this loon fucking long? This is fucking long anyways. Hello, my dude! This dude has a fucking scythe. That is, you know what? This guy is gonna be around here. Can I go to the bathroom? It's Cock Tower. It's not even Cock Tower. It's Resident Evil. It's Resident Dickville. Whatever it is. Dick Evil. Resident Butthole. True! The long hallway is a very long... Oh, that one! Oh, that one's shit. I still have the old version on the USB somewhere. You put it on the USB? Did they add a hot pepper jump scare to this? I feel like I remember that being a thing because of the hot pepper gaming appear. What the fuck is a hot pepper gaming? It's Silent Evil Hill Tower 2, Granny 2. Yeah, Granny 2 is in this game. I can't believe this. Not a book. Can I put this book like somewhere? Place. Place? Place. Oh shit! Yo! Underground! I can't see! I'm here with an X! I'm gonna X you a question! Hot Pepper Gaming was a video game review channel on YouTube. Oh! Interesting. I'm gonna X you a question! X you a question! Why is this place super creepy? I have X you a question. I'm still gonna X people questions. Why is there a table here? Lamau. Oh, fuck me. I need to hide, really? Okay. Well, this is a good time for me to go to the bathroom! Good luck, guys! Help me watch out for the guy with the scythe.
You're wasting both our time.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for being on watch out. Hell yeah. Thank you for the key. Dude, why is this fucking place so long now? Is this supposed to be that long? Oh. Hey, no spoilers. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I have a theory. I think it's this pseudo mansion. I think it's playing in my head. I still hear him. Must find that man and kill him with the sickle I found in the forest. This is a sickle? Wait, what? Hello? Oh! Yo, what the fuck was that scream? Hey, yo. Hey, yo, that scream was quite loud. Oh, shit! He's right behind me! Oh, no! Let's get the fuck out of here! Wait, can I even kill him? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on! I wanna ask you a question! Oh, fuck. Wait, oh god, I got, oh god, oh god. He is, strong as fuck. I'm gonna run. Hello? Holy shit, he's fast. No way. He's speeding like fucking Sonic. Look at that, he's speeding like Sonic.
Come out. Come out.
Yo, exclamation mark backseat, guys. just no exclamation mark backseat. Hey, yo. Yeah, but like exclamation mark backseat. Yeah, man, just shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I didn't ask you a question, I asked the guy a question! Shut the fuck up! Anyways. How you doing, Bulky as Pick? Hope you're doing well. Holy shit, he's about to get me. Hey, yo, get me right now. Right meow. Dude. Haha, idiot. That's why streamer, you tell him. Yeah, I tell him. Shut the fuck up! And then the guy actually shut the fuck up, which is good. Oh shit, chains! Yo! Chains and whips that sight me. No, 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 come on. Come on. How do you not stop? What do you mean? You're literally making like you're gonna come. I can't believe this. Stop coming. Right? Meow. Is that how you, yeah, that's how you come. I can't believe, yeah, true. I don't know who Specimen 6 is. I don't remember who Specimen 6 is. I'm dumb. Oh shit. Oh, hello! Yo, Joe, do you know who Dancing Bacons is? Yeah. Why do people ask me that? Like, why do people ask me that? I know who Dancing Bacon is. It's the guy who fucking, like, reviews food that I can actually go outside of Singapore and actually just fucking buy the food there. Because, oh yeah, we have expensive vending machines. Oh yeah, we have, like, gold vending machines. Yeah, people ask me, hey, do you know who Dancing Bacon is? Yeah, I know, because he lives here. And that's it. He lives here. Why do people X you there? Yeah, true. Ah, yes, I could have been Dancing Bacon, but like literally you can, I don't have the money to buy gold from a fucking vending machine. But I can go to a place that fucking that actually sells gold with like fucking vending machines. If I give you a code for my game, will you play it off stream? I'll play it on stream. It's fucking depressing. The game itself is depressing or what? Cause I was about to buy the game anyways. My kid is 11, said you gave me existential crisis. Wait, me? Giving your son an existential crisis? Wait, really? Oh! Oh! I was like, wait a minute, me? With my chaotic energy? Oh shit, it's you again. Fuck off. I don't like onion head. But yeah, I was about to buy your game anyways. Let me support you by buying your game anyways. Onion head is the only hit you're getting? Shut up. Damn, okay, let me put it on sale again? No. Hey, yo, music? Onion hit scary. Very scary. Hey, yo, what the flying fuck, brother? Okay, yeah, that's... If I die right now, I will be the worst gamer ever. That's it. Let me in. Oh, okay, he's gone. Cockhead death? Hey, yo. The onion head is the cockhead death? Hell yeah. But yeah, I was about to buy your game anyways. I'm thinking about buying your game and then playing it. Maybe on stream or something like that. Aw, man. Wait, hold on. WC Pro with the 8-month resub. Such a hard day today. I feel you. I messaged you today as well. It seems very much like very, how do you say, tiring, stressed out? Yeah. Like, hopefully it's been alright, honestly. Honestly, sorry. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Oh, so pissed? Yeah. But hopefully you can, like, try to relax as well, because, you know, it's been one stressful day for you today. And hope it, like, it fucking, like, it culminates, or whatever the word is. Whatever it just combines into a good thing later on in, like, the day. Or, like, in the next coming weeks, I would say. So bad I almost do my damn cup. Jesus. The parcel arrived. Oh, that's good. That's something, like, good, at least. Yeah. Happy fun time. Oh no, it's Goo Monster again. It's fucking Shrek Cummies again. The bad part is I was so pissed that you damn even do my oh, you oh yeah. Wait, shift or shit? Wait, is it done? Oh shit. Oh, I'm out of here. We're 900. 900 now. This is it. Con. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, you can't? You damn? Shit, shift? Yeah, I hope things will turn out better in the next coming weeks as well, because, you know, today was actually super fucking stressful already. What the fuck are these? Clock 80 hours? Jesus. But is it for, like, the this week? If it's this week, that's all fucked up, honestly. Or is it the next coming like 2-3 weeks? Or, next month? Jesus. Oh god, is this Amnesia? This looks like very Amnesia, like. Research report 1. More whales are being shipped to the facility tomorrow. 1 for health inspection and 2 that already dead for autopsies. More and more beached whales keep appearing around those islands, and I still can't find what is causing it. Why is it so dark though? I can't see shit. Oh, now it's so bright. I can see a lot of shit. Whale 015D has died much sooner than I expected while I was away on holiday. I regret not being here, but I had estimated it would live much longer. Not now, please. Not now! It will live much longer. The team that did the autopsy said nothing seemed to be wrong with the lungs, but but the stomach has a circular hole about 2 feet in diameter all the way through to the outside of the whale. This pretty much confirms that parasite is the cause of the death. Oh my god, that's a big whale. Biggest whale, biggest. Hello to whale, hello. The research facility is now in dire need of more engineers. We have a whole block that is flooded, and some vital staff are missing. Rip to your staffs. Can I get more whales though? Oh shit, lantern! Hey yo! Whale 014D has strange small bite marks. They appear from another small mammal. But the strangest thing about them is their replacement. They are in even rows inside the whale's stomach, all about 5 feet from the bottom of the stomach lining. Whale 015A is still alive, but gets into fits of thrashing and is surfacing more often than natural. I think there may be a problem with its lungs, but I don't have any tools that would allow me to check it without it dying. I will have to allow it to die from whatever is causing it and then do an autopsy. So you're just gonna leave it to die? Goddamn. Goddamn, my dude. Exert 4132. And then I watched carelessly as the sea rose above the sky, casting waving shadows over the world. I saw the silhouettes of creatures both familiar and forgotten, and suddenly I found myself falling upwards towards an ocean of darkness. Uh-huh. What a story, what a story. I don't want to mention anymore, it's what a story. Oh, fuck. Four, 1, 3, 2. Okay. That was broken, really? Okay. Oh, do I have to kill this thing? No way. I hear a girl or an animal or something singing to me, pleading that I come outside my locked room? Dude, I'm gonna orgasm all outside my locked room? Hell yeah. And let the sweeping waves comfort me. That sounds silly. Sure. Dude! It's the penis pump! Oh, sorry, the water pump control. The cum pump! We're pumping the cum! Let's go! Pump that cum. Oh wait, hold on. The other way. Wait, hold on. Oh, I can't go back. Uh-oh. Well, the lantern got snuffed out. Am I in water? Oh wait, is this water? No way I'm in water right now. Oh my god, I'm in water. Okay. All the staff is gone. Only I remain. For no purpose, I remain here, resisting the call from behind the sealed door. But I will remain as long as I can. Don't open that door. That door is in what door? Because I'm scared. This door? Yo! Oh! Hello! Hello! I would like to see more of your boobies. Oh, sorry. Sorry! I don't want to see more of your boobies, I swear! I'm sorry for being horny, Oh god, I am horny as fuck. Sorry. This is my hubris. This is what happens when I get horny as fuck. It's my hubris. Why is there a mermaid in here? Like, out of everything, there's a fucking mermaid in here. Oh, wait, where? Oh, fuck, where am I supposed to go? Whoa. Oh, it's there. Oh, fuck. Oh, go. Ooh. Ooh. See ya. Ow. Rude. Man, my stamina is so bad, but sure. Am I out? I'm still not out. How am I still not out? Am I out now? I'm out! That's right. Get suffocated. Whatever it is. Is she gonna come back? Please don't tell me she's gonna come back. Is she really gonna come back? No. Well, don't tell me you're gonna come back. Oh no, she's back. Holy fuck. Okay. It's like, you can't take the horniness out of me that easily. And I'm like, oh no. I have to cave in. No, sorry, not cave in. I have to, be not horny. Don't be horny. What do you mean it's too deep? Is there another pump? What? Oh. Oh, she's just there. Oh, fuck. Cool. Made it out. Man, this goes up and down a lot. That's what she said. Oh, fuck! Can you, swim away, please? I'm just gonna go. Ow! That was painful, but sure. I made it out. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, it's still going on. How is this still going on? Why is it still going on? Is it scary? The fight's scary. I mean, to be fair though, if you are a veteran horror game person, this is probably not as scary as you think it is, but If you really like horror games and you're very much of a scaredy cat, I think this game is very scary. Oh, you're doing well with Tank Car. It's cool though. It's a cool game though. I like this game so much. So far, sorry, not so much. Not that much just yet. I don't think I like this game that much just yet. I'm gonna go this way. Where's the door? There's the door. But I had to go through this like fucking like water area right now, so there's that. The water area is like super fucking repetitive at the moment. Cause I have to do this thing again and again and again. Yeah, I had to do this thing again and again and again. And it's already like nearing the final stages of this game as well, so. Oh, I get to stop at like 940 or something. Because if I don't stop at 940, this is gonna be really, really fucking bad. But really bad as in like, it's too repetitive, man. I'm going through this part like again and again and again. It's like super fucking horrible right now. Oh my god, is it not stopping at 940? Is it gonna stop at 940? No, 950? Oh god, it's never stopping! It's never stopping! Ow! How about now? How about now? Please! Oh my god. We're still going. We're still doing this. No way. Ow. That's a lot of damage. Holy shit. Nothing is scary if you make sure you're a man. True. True. Gotta be something up. You missed out the booba mermaid, honestly. Like, she had her tits out. And it was like super amazing. And people missed that. Rip. Tough men don't get scared, except for honestly, I'm scared. True, I guess. No, I'm not missing anything. I just have to go through this fucking place. Yeah, see? I go through this place and then 950. Boom, 950. Well, probably, hopefully not gonna die. You missed out the mermaid with the boobies out. And it was like super fucking cool that her boobies are out. So that was like 40 rooms for that. Jesus. Why would they make it like 50 times? Because I don't know. It's repetitive. But hey, it brings the spookiness in the game. Am I right? That's what it is. Very hard. Very hard. This game is hard. Very hard. Oh god, the long hallway. Alright. We're in the long hallway right now. This hallway is super long though. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit! Oh shit! It's the person that I want to tap! Yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? I don't even know if it's a guy or a girl, but I think they're hot. Whoever that is, I think they're hot. They're pretty hot. Show something real pansexual right now. True, kind of true. Dude, I'm horny for anything, honestly. Like, what the fuck? I need to stop being horny. Oh shit, it's the long haul. Oh fuck me. You want to fight? You want me to ask you a question? Dude, look at them being far away right now. Holy crap. Oh my god. Look at the silhouette. Oh god, I can't even see the silhouette anymore. Rip. Now you can't chase after me, right? Can you? Yeah, now you can't chase after me. Haha! I have escaped your devious, dubious plans. And now I'm in this dubious plan of running towards the door because that's a long hallway, honestly. That's a very long hallway. Oh god, it's the goo monster again. No! No, no, no! It's the goo monster! It's Shrek's cummies all over again. Why are Shrek's cummies on the floor? I have no understanding. Stop having Shrek's cums on. Stop having Shrek come on the floor, please. It's gonna manifest itself into like a fucking monster. Which, what it's doing right now is manifesting itself. No! Shrek! Stop coming! On the floor! Hey, yo. Dude, that's... Oh my god. The cum. The cum. It's slowing me down. No! No! This is all slowing me down right now. It's ogre. It's all ogre now. Oh shit, we're at 991! 991! Oh shit! 992! Oh shit! Oh my god! We're close to the 1,000! We're close to being 1,000! This is it! What the fuck? What the fuck? This isn't 1,000 rooms? Where am I at? I'm about to ask someone a question. I'm about to ask someone a question, right? Meow. Why am I in 995 with an elevator? $999. Can I get my room now? 1,000. 1,000! Yo, let's go! It's all ogre now. True. Yo! Let's go! I finished the game. That's it. The game's done. Is this a box? GG is over. It's ogre. It's all ogre now. Why is it a box? Hey, yo, my sound. Hello? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. The Windows 7... the Windows Vista error.
Well, you made it.
Hello?
Congratulations, I guess.
Are you running this in a Windows Vista? Why are you running this game in a Windows Vista?
Oh. So now you must pass one final test. Prove your fortitude.
I took a look nap and you're still here. I guess it's a sign. How you doing, Ramsky? Dude. She's running this game on a Windows Vista. I can't believe this. She made this game on a Windows Vista. Hello? Dude, Silent Hill?
Taking all those logs they keep throwing out, and I'm nailing them together.
Uh-huh. the logs and nailing them. She's 3D. Very much 3D. Is it weird to say that this was one of the games that I was actually really scared about at the time? Like, I was super scared about this game at the time. Whoa! Whoa! Hello. Take the dead to the dead to the take to the dead. Whoa! Yo! Attack on Titan? Attack on Titan? Oh god, it's Attack on Titan! Oh no, it's Attack on Titan! I've seen this shit before! Oh no, it's Attack on Titan! Whatever that fucking muscular people are. Wait. What? What in the fuck? What's happening? Okay. Attack on Titan, man. Holy fuck. Oh, I'm covered in some kind of substance. I have no idea what that substance is. Holy shit, he's becoming Dragon Ball Z right now. Lamau. There's the Dragon Ball. He has the Dragon Balls. Okay. What am I supposed to do? What the fuck? Why is it also like weird? Oh fuck. Squidward, get the fuck out of here. Ow, my eyes! Holy shit, that was really bad. That was horrible for my eyes. So close to getting fisted. I am not gonna be getting fisted, honestly. There is no way in hell am I gonna get fisted. Oh god, oh god, yeah, I'm probably gonna get fisted again, Lamau. What am I supposed to do? Squidward, get the fuck out of here. Oh fuck. I'm trying to tickle his penis. He's not letting me tickle his penis at all. He's using all the Dragon Balls. He's wasting the Dragon Balls right now. He's using all the 6 Dragon Balls. I can't believe this. What am I supposed to do? Oh god, not this again. Oh shit! Oh, I ping-ponged your ass! I ping-ponged your ass! That's right! That's right! I ping-ponged your ass! I didn't realize I was supposed to do that. I ping-ponged his ass. This is what a true Asian would do. Okay, hold on. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Ping-pong your ass one more time. I'm the true Asian right here. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. There we go. True Asian powers. Boom. I'm gonna ask you a question, my dude. Why are you here in the first place? Holy shit. This place is sick. I'm not gonna lie. Whoever made this game, fucking sick. Oh, fuck. I have no energy. There we go. Let's ping pong your fucking ass right here. Boom. And then, hello. Why are you here in the first place? How many more hits do I need to hit him for? Seems like a lot. Seems like a lot of hits, unless I have to go like to the back of him. Spot! Oh god, hi. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Spot with the 60-man reset, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. How's your concert? How's your festival, by the way? Hope your festival actually went well. Oh fuck. Oh god. Okay, one actually hit him. Is he dead? Oh my god, he's not dead yet. How the fuck is he not dead yet? Just die, my dude. It's very nice, shitty weather where he's from. How's your weekend? It's okay. So weirdly enough, I watched the Valorant fucking finals because the Valorant finals had like a fucking Singaporean team in there, and I was like, cool. But like, it was so weird to see like how Valorant, you know, observing was like, and it was so fucking messy as fuck. I don't understand how messy it was, but it was so messy. Oh man, I missed all the fucking whatever it was, the balls. Oh, I missed the balls. Now I have to do this all over again. Yeah, there wasn't any good Counter-Strike stuff, so I was like, yeah, you know what? Watch fucking Valorant. I watched Valorant, it was interesting. I didn't slap the balls. I wish I would slap the balls, honestly. Alright, let's slap the balls right now. Boom, 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 boom. Dragon Ball! Yes, he's dead! Whatever bubble things on the floor. Weird bubbles. What the fuck? Some weird fucking bubbles. God, I got slapped.
Well, you died.
I died? What do you mean I died?
Just tragic enough for you to become a ghost. Good job, by the way, making it this far. So
Yo.
buckle up, soldier, because now I finally think we have enough troops to invade.
Wait, am I a ghost now? What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck?
The time has come, my loyal troops.
What?
No longer shall we be called cute or adorable. No longer will we be disregarded and ignored. For now, we are the most feared army in the world.
Holy shit! The floating! What the fuck? Did you really think it was going to end seriously? Huh? Imagine watching a Valorant tournament and CSGO. Is this true? Oh, I win! Wait, I win! That's it! I won! I won the game! Thank you! Thank you for making me win the game, Poggers! I won the game. But also, what the fuck is this? Wait, Spooky's Dollhouse, finish the story. Wait. Do I have to play this again so I can finish the story? Finish the story. What is finish the story? Hello? I'm here to finish up the story that you guys didn't finish up. The spooky story. The air here is heavy with the must and mold. Your lung seems to struggle as you inhale. Okay, whatever. Oh shit! What the fuck is this? Dead by Daylight? The spirit has been recorded. Oh shit! Wait. What? Am I supposed to haunt someone? Hey yo. Something about this doll draws you to it. Pick up doll. Yes. Oh fuck. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. You picked up a map to use it. Look down and interact. Oh, I see. I'll set her down for now. I don't even know what to do. Looks like I can't really do anything with the doll. I can't go back. I'm getting locked out. Locked on the other side as well. Not North Side Studies. 10:30 p.m. I guess. What the fuck is that? Fuck's that sound? Holy shit. What the? Is that a shotgun to the face? Holy shit. I was a good girl all day long, but when Dad got home, he was all wrong. So my... Oh, sorry. So I hid in my room until he was gone, and then I shot him in the face at 5:45. His gun was so shiny, sparkly, and neat. And neat? And heat? And what? Shiny, sparkly, and neat. And his face was so mushy, gushy, squishy. I wanted to shoot more people, but my mom made me sleepy. Now I'm in this weird house with all these weird white coat people, and they won't give me a gun. What the fuck? Go, are you crazy? It's locked. Wait. Oh man, I can't ask you a question. What the fuck is happening now? I finished the story and we are continuing on with the story with this part in the game. So it's a whole different area in the game. We have made progress, but none of it has been ideal. We developed a system to summon and contain these spirits. However, we have yet to find a suitable container. When the director first summoned his daughter back from the dead, we were astonished, but she didn't stay here long. Without something proper to tether the spirits back to the earth, they simply fade away. We tried simple jars, vases, and the like at first, but these containers limited the functions of the spirits. We have had minor success using humanoid vessels, but the spirits are still tied to the physical damage of the containers and are thus too fragile. But yeah, this is like the continuation of the story that I actually well, we finished, I guess, or I finished it. So continuation. That's the bolt cutters. Okay. You unlocked it? I unlocked it? The dollhouse. Oh. Wait, this is the same place. Oh shit. Congratulations, GL Labs Associates. You have been volunteered for our Proud Parent program. You have been given a doll, and your duty is to train the soul entrapped within. To confine it to the doll, you must keep it in good spirits and give it attention. Many of the beta candidates were children when they died and will likely attach themselves to you without problems. But there may be times when punishment or extraction of spirit energy is necessary. The energy can feel quite replenishing, but please refrain from abuse as it negatively affects the ghost. In the event of husk rejection or injury, Good Luck Labs, or GL Labs, sorry, is not responsible under any circumstances. I have no idea what the fuck are you talking about, but sure. I like no idea. I have like simply I have no idea. The door is right. Try to open it. No, I'm not gonna open it. I'm gonna try to get the barbed wire, and then we'll see about that. Huh. Okay. Okay, how did we unlock this thing then? So one thing that I really want to do is just unlock that thing as well. Do I really have to touch the barbed wires? Please don't let me touch the barbed wires though. Okay, I guess I saved. Huh. Wait, how the fuck is this place looking? there is a garden outside. You know what? Let's... Oh, yeah, it slices to my hand. Okay. Is there anywhere? Is there anywhere that I can go? Piano room. There's a piano room I can go. Which I still do not know what to do with the piano room for now. So it's out of tune. Where's Winky? West Winky? Ah! Ah! Baby! The baby! What am I supposed to do? Are the baby coming? Wait, are the baby actually coming? No way! Wait, where's the west wing? West wing, whatever it is. This place is locked. What? Oh shit, it actually disintegrated. Oh god, okay. But the question right now is that, does it disintegrate forever? Yeah, does it disintegrate forever, or is it just like that? Hold on. That means I had to bring the doll back then. Okay. What? So you do nothing. You literally just do nothing. Huh? What? What? Where's the West Wing? I'm very confused. Where's the West Wing? Oh! Oh! Is it this door? Oh, I'm fucking dumb. There you go. It's this door right here. Can I place you like somewhere? Oh, hi. Oh, fuck! Oh, I'm kind of fucked. I guess there's no way to fucking place you, so I'm just gonna place you back here again. Yeah, I'm just gonna place you back here again. Like, literally, I have no place to place you. I'll put you down at. Okay. Yeah. Disintegrating babies. I can't believe this. Hello. What? Why are the babies looking like this? It's like so fucking weird. Who made the baby models like that? It's so scary. That's it. That's right. Kill babies. Sorry, no, I'm just... Are there babies right here? Oh yeah, there is one right here. I mean, I had to fucking kill the baby. Baby's evil. Look how evil the baby is. Baby evil. Resident baby evil. That's what babies look like. Is that what your baby's gonna look like? RS25, that's how your baby's gonna look like. Can't believe this. We're having difficulty containing one of the stranger spirits. George, I am back. How's my slime waifu and my ghost waifu and my whole waifu? You missed out everything. Yeah, you missed out the game. The game is cool, and you missed out like one part in the game where like you can actually see her titties, like someone's titties. You actually missed that. Boo-hoo, too bad, too sad. Yeah, you missed out titties. I can't believe this. Anyways, we're having difficulty containing one of the stronger spirits. The dolls that we use to hold them keep stretching out and breaking, and then we have to summon the spirits all over again. Theoretically, the size of the vessel shouldn't matter, but it complains that it's all too small. So for now, it's locked up behind an emergency containment door. Okay. Oh, you're going so she embarrassed me and found what? Who embarrassed you? What the fuck? Oh shit, doll. I had to put the doll here? Okay, hold on. Size doesn't matter? Size doesn't matter. Guys, remember this. Size do not matter. Women would like you to pleasure her with, I guess, your tongue. I guess. So size doesn't really matter. Tea room for proud parent volunteers instruction manual. My wife says 2 inches is plenty. Women's opinion. No, women opinion matter. Shut the fuck up. Alright, Liz, shut the fuck up. This room functions to relieve stress. As long as you got a 16-inch dildo, size doesn't matter. Yeah, true. Like honestly, honestly, my dick is like 1 inch, but my girth is like 10 inches. So size doesn't really matter. As long as I can pleasure a gull with my tongue and my fingers, probably, surely, I hope. I love women. I love girls. Poggers. This room functions to relieve stress and replenish spirit energy in the event that the doll has lost potency. What the fuck is this?
Hey Juho. I just wanted to stop by and say that I love your streams and I appreciate everything you do for this community. I'm usually a lurker around here and always find your content entertaining whenever I stop by. Keep up the great work, you amazing being. All of the love with that love.
RT! Thank you for the 50 bits, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. First time that we see you talking in the chat. And I'm glad that I make it entertaining for you to be around all over my bullshit as well. My bullshit is really bullshit like, and I'm glad that people actually do like my bullshit, because I have mixed reviews about my bullshit. So that's good. I'm glad that mods ban RT for being too wholesome right now. Nah. But yeah, thank you for lurking around, much appreciated, and it really helps me for, you know, being around. The bullshit is the best. Anyways, you may use this function by placing the doll upon the pedestal and sitting across from it. In the event of husk rejection or injury, GL Labs is not responsible for any. Okay, cool. I could do without the horse poodle. What the fuck? No. Get out of here. Oh shit! A glowy hole! Who put a glowy hole in here? Hey, yo! Hey, yo, who put a glowy hole in here? There's a hole here. Reach inside. Yeah. Something grabs in your hand. Oh no! Help! 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 God damn, the glowy hole didn't work. It just secured my penis into place. I can't believe this. Hello? What's behind this thing? At least it wasn't your cock. It probably is my cock though. Okay, I'm at the west wing though. Oh! No, babies! I probably had to pick you up then. Okay. I don't fit in this. I can't stretch or else I break. They did this to me. What, your penis? You can't stretch your penis or else you'll break? God damn. Oh, hi. I guess it is actually your penis then. Oh! Oh shit! It's actually his penis! It's his penis! Guys! Holy shit! What the fuck? Brother! Look at that shit! What the fuck? Whoa! Look at that! Holy shit! Whoa, what the? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, hell. Ay, hello! Dude! Dude. Hi.
Oh, hey!
Hello!
You are? I was wondering where you were.
Hello!
I had forgotten about this place. So many tortured souls are here.
Hey, Mate.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go check on something. See you later.
Thank you, bye-bye. You sucking and calling my what the fuck are you talking about? What the flying fuck are you talking? Oh! Sorry, what the flying fuck are you talking about? Run! I unlocked it. What time is it? Oh fuck, I don't know the time. Am I gonna brute force this? I can't brute force this. Hello? Hello? Can I get out of here? I'll send it to you. What the fuck do you mean by you send it to me? I guess I'll brute force this because I can't seem to actually get the fuck out of here. Brute force my way. Okay, there we go. Brute force. That's it. I got it. Oh, run. Get out of here. Ew, gross. Ew, gross. Use the ball cutters. There we go. Oh shit, the garden. Monica, 1929 to 1968. Rip. My dear Monica, although it was difficult, I have respected. What the fuck did you send me? Oh my god, it's literally a sausage. That's why. No wonder. No wonder it was actually a sausage. How dare you? Although it was difficult, I've respected your wishes and let you rest. I miss you every day. I miss you so much. I'm still going to try to save our daughter. I know it's not what you wanted, but I've always gone too far. She's so close. I just have to find a way to keep her here. I love you. Hey, Gator with 4 R's. Hope you're doing well. Hard for you too. But I need to grab my doll. I need to grab my dolly back. Hold on. Oh shit! Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Ah shit! Your fans indeed. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Can I cut you? Oh wow! I can't even cut you at all. Whoops! I tried. I honestly tried. I hope you're doing well. Oh wow, okay. Wait, what? Oh my god! To keep the dolls happy, we created this party room. We even summoned a spirit to entertain them, but this experiment has failed miserably. The dolls hated it here and seemed totally freaked out around the clown. I requested the document on how it was found, and apparently they tried to summon a happy human ghost, but instead got something else. It looks human, it acts human, but just to be safe, we installed a cage. Just what did they summon? Dude, he got a fat booty. Dude, he got a fat booty, not gonna lie. Fucking clown has a fat booty. What? Clown Fiesta, true. How you doing, Daku? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? Is Jill El Bozo? No way. A doll is a timeless thing in the shape of a human, but created perfect, immortal and unmoving, yet hollow, devoid of soul. A fitting symbol and possibly a usable device for our goals here. Soon I'll have you back, my dear. But first, I must make sure it won't constrict you. This place is so fucking weird. Neko Mickey! I've been locked down here for 7 months. Yes! Good! Get locked up in here for 7 months. Thank you for the 7 months, we so much appreciated. There are several broken doll parts and a pair of plastic clasped hands that appear to be holding something. They are slightly melted together. Pick it up. Yeah, we'll pick it up. Pick up them doll hands. I hope you're doing well, my dude. How have you been? I'm good. I switched time zone 4 times in 1 week. You've switched time zones 4 times in what the fuck does that mean? What do you have to do to switch fucking time zones 4 times in 1 week? Is it for work? Hello? Open the furnace. I guess I'll put the dolls in the hand and the doll, the fucking thing. There we go. Burn, Madu, burn. Open the furnace. Small key. I got a small key. I moved, then went to a friend's wedding, then came back. Stranded in Hawaii. I was running the worst state in the whole entire USA. Wyoming. Wyoming on these nuts. Hello.
Oh, hey. I was thinking you might want some help. So, I moved all those dolls out of the way.
What? What do you mean?
Well, have fun.
What the fuck? What have I done? Buddha. Feels like Twilight Zone. Oh shit, he's out! Oh fuck, he's out! Oh motherfucker, he's out! Oh motherfucker, he's out! Oh motherfucker, he's out! Hold on. I haven't told anyone yet, but I think this place is haunted. There are like these strange moaning sound. Moaning sound? Oh yes, wait, moan? Moaning sounds all the time. Like a moan, but also like a whoa. It's like, whoa! 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 God, this, whoa! That sounds so, whoa! Please make your warnings sound. No, get out. No, you know, so warning. And there was this painting that I kept staring at. And I think it was changing. This one. Stare at painting. Are you gonna change? No. That thing's not gonna change. I'm scared of the clown right now. I don't even know where the clown is at. Wait. Wait, so I've been here. I've been here. And then I've been here. Okay. No, this game isn't finished because you have like the second part of the game as well, which is what I'm playing at the moment. Like the first part of the game is like 1,000 rooms, and then the second part of the game is just this right now. What are the keys for? I honestly have no idea what those keys are for. Baby. No, that also makes me think that the clown is actually outside though. Oh shit. Oh shit, we're in the facility. Oh shit, it's the facility. What the fuck? Just another Thursday. Oh shit, an anime dude. Congratulations, Doug. Good luck. Wait, how am I supposed to get out of here? Oh, okay. Yeah, you did. Lamel. Wait, what? Hold on. Is that Faith in my game? What the fuck? After all our research and experimentation, we were looking in the wrong place. The dolls did little but distract us. They could not fill my heart, and they were not suitable for you to inhabit. That is why you did not come back to me. But now I found something. A relic from the old kingdom era that seals spirits to the earth. Though it originally was used for great evil, I will use it for you. Thank you. Thank you for using it for me, Poggers. I will feel happy. There is a door somewhere around here that, like, I can totally still go, right? Oh, this one. Is it? Wait, hold on. No way. Was there ever a door I can go to? I feel like there was a door that I can actually go to. Root cellar? Is that the one? Who's the awesome person who gifted you a sub? Sis. Because Sis gifted like 125 subs today. Well, 123 actually. Wait, is it 123? I don't even remember. A lot of people have, like... Today I've been gifted like way too many subs today. I was like, what the fuck? That's a lot of vaginas. And I lost my virginity today because that's 100 vaginas plus, no, times 6. 600 vaginas. I got like 600 vaginas today. That made me lose my virginity. Guys, I swear I'm still a virgin. Where am I supposed to go? Hold on. Oh! Shit! No, that's a guy. That's a guy right there. Oh my god! Jesus! No! No, 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 no. Okay, wait, hold on. There is a place. Oh, wait, no. You know what? Is this the place that I need to go to? It probably is. Oh shit, hi. Oh man. Get the fuck out of here. Is this the place? No. Ay. Oh my god, hello. Can you get out of the, what the fuck? Can you get out? Can you, like, shoo? Shoo, please? Thank you. Yeah, he runs. He's scary. He's scary. He runs, he's scary. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to go here then. I'll just go here. What the flying? What the fuck is this? Oh my god, this is a big fucking facility. I guess I just need a card then. Oh my! Are you serious? What the flying fuck is this? It's a black candle. Okay. Can I light the black candle up? I guess not. Hello? Okay, I need an access card then. Hello? I'm a bit scared, but hello? What the fuck is this? Okay. So, nothing... Oh, more black candles. Okay, so I guess I need a lighter or some shit. Lighter or a match, maybe? Oh my god! No, 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 no! I am not a pussy! I am not a pussy! Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes real quick. I am not a pussy. A life-size doll hangs here by several silver hooks. There's a metal pinwheel piece glued to them. Hey, Moncav. No. I am indeed not a pussy, nor a vagina. Okay, I got a black... you aren't? What? No. Unsub, unfollow? I have a penis! I have a penis for a reason! And I have a penis! What? Oh, don't go away! These spirits get so temperamental. We keep having to perform rituals to keep them in check. My neck is fucking sore. When they act out, it's necessary to inflict pressure on the husk inhabited by the spirit. Don't forget that these dolls are not real people. Yeah, that's why I come back. You better come back here, or else. Holy shit, that was a sexy body. Some sort of strange sculpture. That's hot though. It's locked. Well, put the pinwheel. Put that thing on. Put that thing. Why can't I put that thing? Where am I at the moment? Oh, fuck. I was about to say, where am I at the moment? Which I don't know where the fuck am I at the moment. Okay. So I still need a fucking card. Okay. That's it? That's the only thing that you can say? I? Oh shit. I like how that thing only just said I. Did this room change? Or is it just me? I feel like this room changed for some reason. I think it's just me. A heavy metal plate over a narrow hole. It looks like it can slide shut with plate. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Metal pinwheel. Hell yeah, more metal pinwheels. Which way am I supposed to go? This way, I think. Am I? Right? Yeah, I'm right. Okay, cool. So where am I supposed to go? It's locked. Okay, but like, how many pinwheels do I need to find? Oh. Oh. Mine now. Mine now. Yes! I have unlocked it! Is this the key card? Yo, key card! Let's go! I got me a key cards! Let's go! I can actually use the key card. Dude, the fucking fog makes it super fucking scary for me. I'm legitimately scared. Why am I scared? Why am I being a fucking pussy right now? Hello? Okay, this way I think. Cool! Alright, let's get the fuck out of here! Let's get the fuck out of here! Do not look back! Sorry, I'm looking back. Am I going down or am I going up? This angle is like, am I going down or am I going up? Oh, now I'm going up. Hello. Hello? Oh shit, the baby's back. Oh, fuck off. Really? So that means I can actually use this card now. Cool. Okay. What? Where did I put the doll again? Hello? What? Oh shit! What's this, Half-Life? Train looks like it goes all the way back to the surface. Start the train. Not now, I guess. I guess I want to see what's in here, like a lot more. This doll be like, see no evil, hear no evil. I'm like, oh no. That's a hole that I actually went into. Fuck that shit. Oh fuck. That's a Genesis? There's a Sega Genesis right here? What the fuck? Hold on, what? Can I read the note at least? There we go. The Kira Genesis is just about fried. We have summoned far too many spirits from it to handle. Even returning them might collapse the gate. So I moved 3 of the ritual candles into the root cellar. They should deter any more summoning for now. Spooky will probably order someone to go get them, but that's not my problem. Any odds are they odds are they wouldn't survive down there anyways. Yo. Wait. So do I really need to go back down and get all the Wait, hold on. So I can totally go back down and get all the candles again or something like that. Interesting.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
I don't like it.
Gotta do the ritual fast, then we can play
You should probably
Kega. Yo.
There's
What are you doing, little big
nothing
stare?
for you here. Just leave.
What's this? The seal can be turned off, but if I do this, I'll have to let the doll spirit go. There's no going back after this and the nightmare. What? Is that my portable pussy? No, it's a fucking doll. But I'm the pussy right here. I'm literally the pussy. Because I'm scared. Doll spirit required? Oh, really? Okay, so I guess I need the doll then. What if I just take the doll and bring it up to the surface then? This seems like there's a bunch of different endings in this game. And I hella have no idea what ending to try go for. Express yourself. Hopefully now that the doll project is over, I'll get transferred back to the surface facility soon. It's been very interesting, but I generally fear for my life every day. But I generally feel for my life every day. That's not ideal job security. Live, laugh, love. Live, laugh, love with a fucking horse right here. What the flying fuck? Sure. We abandoned the doll idea of tethering the subject to a physical object, and instead we sealed her spirit within the mansion itself. Her abilities within the facility should be incredible. The director would be pleased with the outcome of his sacrifice. I see. Live, laugh, love, love, laugh, live. Love me that quota. Always love that quota. Right. Where are we going now? We're going up, 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 up. I'm not sure where I'm going, but I'm going up, 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 up. They made a mention underground as well. Like, what the fuck? How did they make a mention of underground? Why would they make a mention underground? Uh-oh. Hello? Okay. Wait, I'm stuck here. Hello? I'm actually stuck. What am I supposed to do? Ah! 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 You are winning! No! No! I thought I was gonna win! I thought that I was gonna win! What was that? Game! You stupid game! I thought I was gonna win! Bruda! Oh man. Oh man. I grabbed this thing again. Wait, hold on. So I have to go all the way back here. I think that was incorrect. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was incorrect because a fucking head actually came towards me. I was like, what the fuck was happening?
Oh, hey.
Hello.
I don't like it here. You should probably just leave. There's nothing for you here. Just leave.
Can I see the inside of you? Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry. Well, I was curious. I wanted to know what's the inside of her. It was a nightmare. The night I saw the devil. Oh fuck, is this the back rooms? Oh no. Oh fuck, a gun! Hey yo, I have a gun! I have a gun! Oh god, wait, I have a gun, 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 I have a gun. What the fuck is hitting me? Brother, I have a gun. I have a gun. I'm literally fucking playing Counter-Strike right now. I'm literally jiggle peeking for fuck all. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing? Oh god. Oh god. White swing? I'm not white swinging. I'm jiggle peeking. Oh god, hello. I'm literally jiggle peeking. Oh no. Oh god, that's it. Oh wait, oh. Oh fuck. Wait, hold on. You can't believe it's a CS stream? Yeah, man. Well, CS have a M1 garage. No. I mean, I'm jiggle peeking because, you know, I'm seeing if there's enemies around. Literally, that's how I play CS. Oh god, I told you. See, I told you. This is like literally how I play CS. You have a I don't have a defuse kit. Help me, man. Okay, there's none here. I do that too, which is why I can't play Valorant for... What do you mean you can't play Valorant for shit? I move too much. Actually, like, for CS, movement is actually, like, all you need. It's really all you need for CS. Oh, I can stand still. But more or less, it's like jiggle peeking to know, like, where the enemies at? Sorry. Jesus. Jiggle peeking gets you killed in Valorant. Really? Ew. Honestly, I don't really play Valorant a lot. I tried, just stuck to Overwatch. I just play a lot of CS. You didn't support Paper Rex? Okay. So, I watched the Valorant finals, like, a few days ago. I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was, like, kind of yesterday. And, like, I was kind of a bit rooting for Paper Rex anyways. Dude, I need to re-download. I need to reinstall fucking Overwatch again. Because, yeah. You can't no, don't pocket me. I'm literally a support in Overwatch. But yeah, I was like watching the Valorant finals. Hello. Wait, did I shoot her? I didn't shoot her. No, I point my gun downwards. I point my gun down. No, you can't do this to me. I point my gun downwards. I didn't shoot her. I didn't. No. You guys have to believe me. I didn't shoot her. I point my gun downwards. It was downwards, not towards the direction where she was. But yeah, anyways, like I was like watching the Valorant match. I was kind of a bit supporting on the Singaporean side, I guess. But also at the same time, they lost to EG. They fucking lost to EG. So what am I supposed to do? Rip to them. Someone is sleeping here. Plant the gun on them. Oh yeah, we're gonna plant the gun on them. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Dude, they're gonna bring it back by sex? I hope so. Oh, hello. Where the fuck are you? I always wanted to tell you how that night really ended, but I couldn't because you were gone. I need your forgiveness. That's why I wanted you back at any cost. But in the end, I robbed you of both life and unlife. Please go on and be with Monica. I'm sorry. You are a fucking idiot. Honestly, that's it. You are a fucking idiot. Oh no!
The facility will lapse in 35 seconds.
Really? 35 fucking seconds? No way. Oh fuck. Oh shit, it's the other way. Hi. Can you let me in? Fuck off, dude. Let me in. Fucker. They're like, yeah, get the fuck out of the way. You're literally blocking the door, you dumb fuck. Kaboom! Kablamo! Okay. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yo, it's the light show in the fucking mansion! Yo, the light show has begun! Ah, my eyes! I didn't mean that kind of light show! Holy fuck. This looks like the ending of Gregory Horror Show. What the fuck? This actually looks like the ending of Gregory Horror Show. Lamau. With the seal broken, the spirits trapped in the mansion can go free. However, the gate to hell was left open. A flood of terror spills outward. The horrors that were once contained with... Oh, fuck me. I got a bad ending! No way! No way! I got a bad ending. I'm guessing the good ending requires me to, like, literally light all the fucking candles. Hey, but I win, though! Hey, but I win! That's it! Wow, way to doom the world. Yeah, I doomed the world, honestly. The world's doomed. That's it. World's doomed. Okay, what else is there? Unlock the secrets of the strange abandoned hospital. Karamari Hospital. Alright, there's still this one. And I've... Wait. What is this one? Wait, what's this one? Is this the same? Every day is Wednesday. Dude, he's hot though with the six-pack. Are you winning? I got the bad ending. So I guess I'm not winning. At least it's not Monday. Yeah, fuck Mondays, honestly. And now we're in the hospital. Hello? Am I gonna piss myself? Joe, I fucking hate the European Union. The European Union want to steal my car. Well, too bad. Car stolen. Fucking Italian. That's it. Your car's stolen. You have to ride your bike now. Ride it on the scooter. Save the economy, honestly. That's what it is. World record? I guess. Hope you're doing well, Greenie.
Well, good luck.
What? Guys, is this hospital gonna be creepy as fuck? And am I gonna be scared? Am I gonna be scared? Oh, the Karamari Hospital. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, drinking fountain? Hell yeah, we're gonna drink the drinking fountain. Nah? What do you mean nah? The Katamari the Katamari Hospital. The Katamari Damacy Hospital. I see. Now let's go to the bathroom real quick. What? I can't go into the woman's bathroom? Oh man. They knew. They knew I would be a fucking creep. No, sorry. Oh my god, jeez. I'm never gonna use that line ever again, sorry. Out of order. Oh shit, you know what? I need to go take a piss right now, so are you listening to me? I'm listening to myself, honestly. What do you mean out of order? What's in there? That's blood. Anyways, guys, I need to go take a piss. So, I guess be right back. While I actually take an actual piss in the game. Oh, no, not in the game. Sorry, in real life. I'm back. Evil Joe will be like, I respect women. I respect women! What the fuck are you talking about? I respect women. Hey, at least I'm not like that 20-year-old kid who just went, oh, I'm a, something about child predator thing. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Literally, there was one kid who was playing Fortnite. He was like, saying something about being dumb, and then afterwards saying like, oh yeah, I'm a child predator. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was a clip of that. I was like, what, dude? And then he got banned from Twitch. And then he was like, yo, Twitch is my job. Yeah, did you not know? He was like playing Fortnite. I need to find a clip. I definitely need to find that clip. He was playing Fortnite one day, and then all of a sudden he was like, where is it? Is it this one? I hope it's this one. Yeah, I saw that average conversation with boys. He's a 20-year-old person. How can a 20-year-old say such things? Honestly. Yeah, you got the gifts up. Where? It's around here somewhere. This one? This one. Oh yeah, this one. Here we go.
Fucking retard. Oh my god.
He called someone dumb.
No, I like kids. Well, I swear to God, I do. All my life, I'm a little child predator. What, bro?
He said that, but also there's like fucking girl in the fucking lobby as well. Oh yeah, there's a girl right here.
Don't worry, I'm gonna save you.
It's like, don't worry, I'm gonna save you. It's like, what? How the fuck do you not, like, how you say? How the fuck do you not care about what your friend said? Like, literally. His intrusive thoughts personified? Yeah, and then he got banned. Yeah, he got banned. I said worst thing about playing Rainbow Six is 2 of that. Well, at least not that one. But yeah, guy got banned. Guy got banned. And then he said like, oh, but like, it's my job, Twitch. Can you don't ban me, please? I'm sorry that I said it. Like, what? Bro! Someone caught you saying it anyways. And then there was like another clip of him just saying that he's a child predator as well. I was like, what? Hey, you want to X? Insulting the mother defend? What? No way. If it's his job, there was like a fucking tweet about it. Hold on. Let me find the fucking thing again. Hold on. It's not a tweet, but like a fucking letter that he wrote. Hold on. Oh, like a letter that he wrote. Somewhere he wrote something about the. I'm just pretending to be a child. Yeah, true. Oh shit! He went to kick. He went to kick. Oh no! He went to kick. Well, we have to get him banned from on kick now. I don't even know. He went to kick, but he got banned from Twitch and then he went to kick. This was the other thing that he said. Let me see. This is the other thing that he said, which is like so fucking weird. I don't know why. Oh wait, hold on. Let me wait. What the fuck? Artless. Thank you for the gift. Wait, the gift us up. Thank you for the 10-month resub. Much appreciated. Hold on. What do you mean some pussy? I'm not gonna buy some pussy with that sub money. What the fuck? I'm not doing that. I'm not that petty. Shut up. Hold on. I'm not that petty. Shut up. Here.
God, I literally love fucking minors, bro.
He literally said that on stream with like 14 viewers. Like Lamau. He said that on stream, like 14 viewers. I don't even know what this one is.
We're in a Discord call. I got her snap.
He said he loved fucking minors.
She says she's 16, almost 17. Right? We're in a Discord call. I got her snap. She says she's 16, almost 17. Right? Right? You understand? 16, almost 17, right? She gives me horny shit. I go to sleep. Next day. Nudes. There. Save them for
Wait, no way. This guy's 20. This guy's 20 and talking about 70. No way. Nuh-uh. No way this kid was talking about him being 20-year-old and getting news from 17-year-olds. Okay. Nope. I can't really tell you what... He was trying to joke, and then he said it's his job and his life, and then he said it was like a vendetta or some shit like that. Groomer? True. He made a tweet. He made a tweet saying like, he made a tweet saying like, what the fuck? All my hard work, I'm done, man. I'm so done. All cause some guy has a vendetta against me? I'm gonna quit. Nothing goes my way. Bro, you talked about fucking getting news from a 17-year-old? Jesus Christ, man. Your vendetta isn't a vendetta at all. Your vendetta isn't a vendetta. Oncologist, Dr. Hamada. The patient had displayed increased depression after being informed of their terminal disease. As prescribed, sorry. Mod, send his ass to jail. Send his ass to jail, right? Meow. And that's why you should never stream children's game. He streamed Fortnite and Valorant. So that's that. But also at the same time, it's like kind of weird that like, you know, that kind of fucking shit happened. And someone caught his ass on it. Someone caught his ass! Took him to the Twitch jail. Now he's on Kick. Is Kick gonna ban him? That's the question right now. The patient has displayed increased depression after being informed of their terminal disease. I prescribed an antidepressant to regulate this, but was later told that I had cancelled the prescription. I have no memory of cancelling the meds, nor can I find any evidence that my orders were tampered with. You cancelled out fucking... Wait, did you really cancelled out fucking meds? My dude cancelled out the meds. Your pain is just a product of your broken mind. That sounds gay. I'm so sorry. I need to remember that like jokes like these are a thing of a past. I can't say that! Now I'm the one who's gonna get cancelled. People are gonna be clipping this like, yo, guys, clip this right now. We're gonna get Geo cancelled right meow. I'm like, oh no, guys, this is my job. I can't do this without my clipped it, shipped it. That's it. Maintenance room, break room. Why is it also fucking foggy? Holy shit. Office key. Okay. At least we got an office key. Oh, what the fuck? Nurse Tanaka. Hey, yo. I don't care what the people from California say. I still find the jokes funny. That's on you, man. That's on you. It seems we are losing patients due to surgical complications. Much more often than normal. What have the doctors been doing? Half of these procedures seem completely unnecessary. I know the doctors and surgeons are above me and probably know many things I don't, but this is getting strange. Did the streamer break TOS again? We're talking about someone who actually broke TOS and was banned for it. Oh my god, is that a fucking vein? That's a vein. What do you say about little kids? I didn't say anything about little kids, I swear. Do jokes about kids more than one is super sus. Well, yeah, super sus, yes, but also at the same time, like, well, you saying that you got nudes from a 17-year-old as a 20-year-old, you shouldn't be saying that. I mean, you can keep it to yourself, but you don't. You should not be like bragging that you're getting news from a 17-year-old. Hey, sorry, Ace. Hope you're doing well. That sounds like bragging rights that you literally got fucking news from a 17-year-old because you got news from a 17-year-old. Like what? What does saying or not saying change though? You're bragging that you're bragging about it on Twitch. Shut the fuck up. You're not 14. But you're saying that you're bragging it out on Twitch and you're making it like a big thing. Okay, hold on. I need to delete this comment real quick. How do I do this? How do I do this? One. And then we do this. Do that. Okay, there we go. Cool. Well, mentioning and bragging are different. It's not smart either way, but the core issue is what happened, not what you say, to be honest. He will break to US now. No. Well, it's a bad thing for you to say that. So I'm deleting that. Alright, here. Delete. That's it. Free Xeon. He's back. Look, he's back. I just deleted the comment. Xeon's like 28. Xeon's 28. Shut the fuck up. It seems the other me has been giving him what the stop it. Giving him large doses of hallucinogenics. They have worsened the depression, and he is now constantly screaming and expressing terror at seemingly random intervals. Xeon's at least 40. Xeon's at least 44. You can't really joke about the age, because if you joke about the age, you're literally gonna get yourself banned. Get yourself banned, not the streamer. Like if the comment says that you're that, then yeah, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked, man. They have worsened the depression, and he is now constantly screaming and expressing terror and at seemingly random intervals. I've tried using a dialysis machine to remove some of the drugs, but it seems futile. Okay, drugs. Twitch does scan for chat. Yeah. You can do that. You have to send a photo of your ID. Yeah, true. But that's on the person who's saying that it's their age though. Looks like something goes here. Oh, metal. Some kind of metal. I don't know, it's not the streamer's fault. It's literally like your fault. So I can't do anything. I was like, yeah, I can't do anything. I'm glad you're streaming jokes. I'm not gonna get banned. I followed the Twitch rules. Smile. I beta the only active monitor here. Hey, hold on. Where's the maintenance? There we go. Maintenance room. Generator power down. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I think that thing's still breathing. Oh fuck. Who banged XQC in a friend's channel, got him so triggered he threatened dogs. What the fuck? Hey yo. For just XQC? What the fuck? Brother. Oh! What do you have on your hand? Let me drink water real quick. Let me just drink water real quick and then go back there. I guess I've been here already. That's the exit. Okay. Hey, Oceanic. Hope you're doing well. We're not sucking cocks here. Okay? Stop sucking cocks. We are not sucking cocks. Deformity wing. What the fuck is a deformity wing? Not really as Sorry. Jesus. What am I sitting for? Oh god. Let's read. The patient did not recover from the blood loss. I feel like there is a monster inside my head and is pushing me away while it works on something. I woke up in the patient's room, standing over him while an arterial catheter. I can't even pronounce this fucking word because there's 2 T's. Catheter was in the patient, letting him just bleed out onto the floor. I hate the ones with the 2 T's in there. Like, fuck the 2 T's, honestly. What the fuck do you wake up to? How do you say catheter? I don't even know. Didi's nuts and true. I don't even know how do you pronounce that. Stop it. I suck at pronunciation. Shut up. Oh shit, this is the other side of the fucking place. Hey yo, morgue. Something sinister is beating on the walls of my subconsciousness. Subconsciousness? No, subconscious. Beating like a wall drum, motioning me to march down to hell. Jesus. You alright, my dude? Shit, acid! Yo! Oceanic, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well, honestly. If it's indeed, thank you for the follow again. Acid? We're gonna take some acid, honestly. And a medallion. Oh god, hello! Catheter? Fucking monkey. Sorry, monkey. Run! I don't even know where to go. Run! I literally became monkey. I don't understand. Isolation room? Yo. Isolate these. I literally became monkey. I can't believe this. Oh my god, hello. I need you to like not come here for. Oh, broken. That thing's broken. Hold on. Which one is the one that needed the medallion again? Looks like a place that I needed the medallion on. Is it the office? Some office. God, if everything's so dark, it's so hard to...
This place is much bigger than I thought it would be.
You know what else is much bigger? This dick!
Well, keep going, recruit, and I'm sure you'll make it out. Maybe.
That's a child? Oh shit. Anyways, this dick is bigger than this whole facility, honestly. Wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Wait a minute. I need to find like the fucking wait. Where's this place? Where's the place that I need to put the medallion on again? There was a place that I need to put the medallion on. God, this is becoming like Silent Hill. With all the rooms that I need to go to. It's not this room. Wait, is it this room? No, it's not this room. Oh fuck, hi. Not this room. This room? No. This room? No, this is the same room that I went to, like Lamau. Why am I so stupid? Why am I so stupid? Which room again? I have no idea. I'm actually fucking confused. Not this one. I'm guessing it's also not this one as well. Wait a minute. Hold on. Is there stairs here? Okay, wait, hold on. Stairs here. Entire readable Bobo? You gonna read the Bobo? Hey, yo, read the Bobo, my dude. It won't turn back on. Oh no. Yeah, go read the Bobo, my dude. I still have no idea what I put the fucking medallion on. I guess it's some office, but I don't remember where the office is at. Where's this office at? Where's this one buttfuck office at? I blacked out today while driving to work. 1 minute I was driving down the road and then in an instant I was standing outside my car staring down at a dead cat. I must have hit it with my car and felt sorry. The image of the dead cat has constantly unnerved me today. How did I manage? Hey, Toys R Us. How did I manage to hit it in such a way to make the body completely twisted around like that? I wrote it correctly. Are you stupid? I said the Bible. The Bible is the Bible. What are you talking about? I say add the bubble. Get the bubble, man. The bubble. So I can go to the isolation room. Okay. So yeah, I need to find the fucking place for the thing. The what now? The bubble. The bubble. Mods, twisted streamer's testicles. My testicles! Where is this place? I can't find this place because it's all so dark. What the flying fuck? Hello. Where is this place where I need to put the fucking medallion? Hello? Am I stupid? Am I actually stupid? Oh god, I might be stupid. I don't remember where to actually put this medallion at. I saw it. I saw it like somewhere. Bruda. Oh, it's here. There you go. Motherfucker. A place. Oh shit, the Silent Hill freaking staircase from Silent Hill 2. I know 5 stupid people and you are all 5 of them? Hell yeah, man. Huh, you know, you're stupid? Name 5 stupid people. Juho, 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 and Juho. Yeah, I listed all 5 stupid people. That's it. True? Yeah, true. I tell people all the time. I think you named 4 Juhos. What? What? I named all 5 of them. Did you want Juho, Ju1, Ju2, Ju3, Ju4? There we go. I named all 5 stupid people. They're all dumb. Whoa! God damn. Hello? Me, Joe, Global, Elon Musk, Joe again. Yeah, true. Bring back Twitter. Play Sunshine Academy? What the fuck? Hey, yo, Game Boy? Here at Sunshine Academy, love is in the air. You have transferred from your high school in the States and cannot wait to take your new classes here at school. Who knows, maybe your true dreams will come to fruition within these red halls. Your mother has packed you a lunch. What the fuck is this? What kind of Game Boy game is this? Hello there, you must be the new transfer student from America. What? How do you like it here so far? Is this what? Did we fly to Japan? It's okay, I guess. A lot of cute girls here. I miss my home. Well, don't worry. It's sure to get better. What? By the way, my name is Ume Ito. So I guess it's like literally you transferred all the way to Japan. Oh, that's the bell. I gotta go talk to you later. Oh, hi. Have you started liking the school yet? I wanted to see the rest. Class was interesting. The place is starting to grow me. Glad to hear it. To tell the truth, I had doubts when I first came here too. My dad lost his job and wait, could I interest you? Can I interest any of you in a mobile system that only plays Cookie Clicker is a one? No, shut the fuck up. Mods, delete his comment right now. That's self-advertisement. Delete your comment right now. Stop it. Stop it right now. My dad lost his job and we had to move here and stay with my grandparents. That's a sad story. I live you see your grandparents a lot. You like to hear it. It wasn't all bad. And after a while, I learned how to enjoy myself here. Well, see you tomorrow. So how was your second day? Have things gotten better yet? Everything is disgusting here. I think it is going to be fun. Well, okay. Anyways, today is a new day and full of new experiences. Why is she so sad? I can wait. The flies can't fit anymore. What? Huh? What? Got interested in horse furry who plays cookie. Okay, yes. That one, yes. I can wait, yeah. Well, class is at least interesting today. I have no idea how many perfect spirals exist in nature. Is this Uzumaki? You're perfect. Alright, we're gonna flirt with this chick right here, right now. Alright, here we go. We're gonna flirt. Hey, do you live down like this road too? I do indeed. No, just do you live down this road? Well, I live right down there at the second house on the left. It's an old house, but it's the place I call home. My home is inside you. Whoa! Whoa! Is that how you flirt? Is that how you flirt with people? Like, hey girl, your house is right across the street right there. You know what? My house is inside you. Do you flirt like this? Do you flirt with this? Was this supposed to mean? Well, my house is inside you. It's like my whole body is trying to peel apart on the inside. I get my home is inside you, I guess. Can confirm this is not how I flirt. Oh man. Alright, day 3. What the fuck? Hey, what's the matter? So slippery, drippy, splashy. What? 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 Are you feeling alright? I like how well your skin pulls across your skull. Flirts. What the Don't be like that, baby. What's wrong? All your water is leaking. Those eyes shine like a house light. What? All your water is leak. Oh God. When your blood is soaking through your eyes. Don't you know? Are you happy now? I am yours now. You are in hell. Why? You wanted me to talk, didn't you? Your blood is soaking through your eyes. Are you happy now? You are in hell. That place isn't for you. I've always loved you. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? That place isn't for you. Murderer. Murderer. You wanted... what? Okay. Happy. I am happy. How you doing, Blind Phoenix? Hope you're doing well. Choke, 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 choke. Don't you know? Is this what you wanted? Do you really think this is real? That place isn't for you, is it? Is she gonna disappear? She's ghosting me? Yo, she's ghosting me, my dude. Oh no. Oh no. That's it. She has ghosted me. It's all gone now. Choke, 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 choke. We got that choking again. Wait. Is this ever gonna end? Is this ever gonna end? Hello? So she just disappears and that's about it, huh? Holy shit, that's a big fucking... Wait! There's a big fucking Game Boy! I just realized how big the Game Boy is right now. Like, it was supposed to be small, but like, now it's like super fucking big. Huh. Okay, so I guess that's how it is, I guess. I guess that's how it is. Now it's a fun video game about flirting and what not to do when you're flirting. Remember, guys, don't flirt like that. Don't you ever flirt like that, like telling people like, oh, hey, go, your home, my home is inside you. Alright, have a good one, Firefly. Take care of yourself. Is that a baby? I like your body parts. Hey, go. Your body parts warm. Jesus. That's gotta be a creepy sentence to actually fucking say, you know. Are you the sun? Cause I can't stand looking at you. What the fuck? That's necrophilia? Yeah, man. What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Hey, I didn't do anything. Alright? I didn't do anything. I'm a horse person too. You're not a horse person. If not, you'd be taking horse cocks right now. What? Is that a vagina? Oh, sorry, that's a baby's. Oh my god. Don't talk about me saying that that's a vagina. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. So do I have to... I'm running towards that thing, right? I guess I'm running towards that thing. Whatever that thing is. Is it that thing? Wait, hold on. I can still go back. Okay. I guess that thing is this far. Is this the same thing? Room is so steamy. Oh, the sex happened in this room. That's why it's also steamy. You ever had sex? That's how it feels like. It's just all steamy as fuck. All the body odor, all the sweat here this whole time. Okay, literally. Okay, Game Boy. Sex bad. Sex sometimes bad. Oh my god. Okay. The Catholic? Oh yeah, true. Sex after marriage, that's why. What was that laugh for? Sex after marriage, that's why. Isolation ward key. Oh my god, hi! Oh my god, he's fast! He is fast! Hello, Jordan. Why do you change your name to Yep now? Ow! Oh, wow. Ow! Jesus! Get out! Yup is unavailable for a few more months. What the fuck? Who stole your Yup? Who stole that WUP? Who stole it? Someone stole it! Twitch reserved it for 6 months. Yikes, my dude. Yikes. Well, that's a rip. It's whatever. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, finally, you got your name back, Poggers. I'll take it. Artless is gonna be Jordan Yup after a few months. That's evil. It's evil. Okay, where's the isolation ward again? I need to remember what the isolation ward is. You ever heard John Burger? John Burger, not there anymore. That's it. No more Burger John. Johnny, no more burger. Isolation, yeah. I need to go to isolation ward. There we go. Hello? Oh, fuck. It wasn't me! I swear it wasn't! That's what a Twitch streamer who says a lot of sussy things would say. It wasn't me! I swear it wasn't! It may have been my body and my hands, but I know it wasn't me. That's what that 20-year-old streamer kid said. It wasn't me! I swear my mouth said it! Unban request yeah, it wasn't me! I found out how to stop them. You see, they are in my head and can control me for a bit. For a time, sorry. Chat, we need to talk. Yeah, it wasn't me. I swear my schizophrenic mindset was telling me to say things like that. Please believe me. I swear to God. I have the papers. You see, they are in my head and can control me for a time. But if I keep pushing, if I keep using the radiology machine to douse my head with radiation, then they go away for a while. Radiation machine. Hey, Wolf Dragon Blood. Hope you are doing well. That's right. Horses are great. You love horses. I love horses. Everyone loves horses. fuck, what a maze. What the fuck? You have enslaved. Well, you're stuck in jail. Just like how I'm stuck in Orchlon's jail. Because Orchlon jailed me as well. What? Oh, I'm having troubles right now. I feel like I've lost my way. Is this the same place? Oh, this is not the same place. I'm so sorry, my little angel. I tried hating the man that took you from us, but in the end, the only person I can hate is myself. You always like to scare people, especially when they didn't understand something. What? I was confounded. No one understood your costume, but I guess people don't read Poe anymore. What, Edgar Allan Poe? That Poe? Even with the new Price film, that man clearly overreacted to your fireworks, but we can only blame PTSD sufferer so much. PTSD sufferer? What? Okay. Wait, do I have to really go back? Oh, okay. Hello? Oh, I had to go back upstairs. Okay. Well, exit? I guess we're free? We're getting out of here free? Free cart? Free jail cart? Hey, yo, free jail cart? Hell yeah. Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, I'm here.
Guess there's still some hidden things down here. Well, keep going, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah. Wait, there's still more? No way there's still more into this thing. No way. Or I did it. I did it! That was a nice like little, you know. That was a nice little side thing. GG's. That's a good little side thing for the game. What else is there? So I've done this one, I've done this one, I've done this one. I do want to get like a better ending, but like, you know, that's it. The fuck kind of ending is that? Yeah, that's it. That's it. This game's cool. I like this game. If you ever have the chance to play this game, it's actually pretty cool. I like this game. Boot up CSGO. I'm not gonna boot up CSGO right now. Shut up. Anyways, that's Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. It's pretty cool. I really do like the game anyways. It's pretty... I guess it's very unique in the way of like them trying to say like, oh yeah, fucking jump scares are gonna be a gimmick, and then yeah, the story becomes more it got better. You gotta put it up anyways after stream? Yeah, true. Anyways, thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys. Hopefully I can actually stream tomorrow, because tomorrow is gonna be probably a short stream as well. Because on Wednesday I had to go to the hospital at like 8 AM in the morning just to bring my grandma to the hospital. So there's that. Anyways, we'll see about tomorrow. I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow quite short, I would say. I'm gonna rate it out to Catvolts. She is streaming at the moment. I don't know what she's streaming. She is streaming game development, where she's like fucking making her game. So there's that. She's making her game. This is like the time my father left for cigarettes. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna leave you guys for cigarettes. Don't worry about it. guys, I'm gonna leave you guys. I had to buy cigarettes. Surely I'll return tomorrow. Am I right? Don't forget to wash your dick. I will wash my dick. Surely I didn't send you any dick pics. Am I right? Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. I hope I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. If not, I'm gonna be streaming on Wednesday or Thursday, I would say. Anyways, take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.